focus has to be on this case. And they're saying that to prevent such cases, we need a law like this. But again, you're right, it has to go to the governor, or if the governor wants, he can send it to the president. But Mamata Banerjee addressed this question as well in that announcement she made and said that the governor should, sign it, give his assent to it, and not send it to the president and delay it further.
All right, Saurabh, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So the special session begins today in West Bengal to introduce this bill, which will have stricter punishment and the death penalty for rapists in some cases. And from West Bengal to Kerala now, where the latest on the Mollywood MeToo case is that actor turned politician Mukesh, who is under fire, has now submitted evidence in the Ernakulam Sessions Court in a sealed cover. Mukesh had alleged that the actor complainant in his case, who had made allegations against him of harassment, sexual harassment, has been blackmailing him. This after a fresh case was registered against the actor and left MLA Mukesh, who's at the center now of this MeToo storm. He's one against whom allegations have been made. Already booked for rape, an assault case has been filed against Mukesh in Kerala's Thrissur. This as the chorus for Mukesh's resignation grows, and so does the pressure on the left government to act. The CPM has backed its MLA, saying others with similar allegations have not quit. Where does the buck stop, and how do we fix accountability? Now, according to the complaint filed by the actor from Ernakulam, police has collected some evidence in the case against actor Edavela Babu, left MLA and actor Mukesh, Manian Pillai Raju, and advocate Chandrasekharan. The magistrate recorded statements in connection with the 3 FIRs. Well, let's go across now to Ishika for more. And Ishika, so as the probe continues now, actor turned politician Mukesh has also spoken with the police and has given out his explanation and claiming that he was being blackmailed. Tell us more about what is happening in this entire matter.
Well, if we talk about MLA Mukesh today, it is, his anticipatory bail plea is going to be heard in the Ernakulam Sessions Court today. In fact, he has already submitted evidence in a sealed cover in the court. Remember that earlier, in fact, he had alleged that, the actor or the complainant in the case was, in fact, blackmailing him, demanding money. And after he refused is when she, in fact, decided to go ahead and make allegations. This is what, in fact, Mukesh had earlier alleged. And remember that earlier, this court, that is the Ernakulam Session Court, had given him a temporary relief and, in fact, stayed on his arrest till September 3rd. So now, in fact, the police is also, in fact, keeping a very close watch on this hearing, because police is, in fact, opposing his anticipatory bail plea. Because if we talk about the investigation so far, they have, in fact, collected evidence against Mukesh, and they have also, in fact, taken, the complainant to his residence in Kochi, where they try to recreate the crime scene and gather evidence. So now, what the police is planning to do is, in fact, they are planning to summon him for interrogation. And, certainly for that, they would be needing to seek his custody. And that is why today, when the matter will be heard, the Kerala police is going to oppose this anticipatory bail plea petition of, in fact, of MLA Mukesh. So certainly all eyes will be as to what the court decides today. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us with those details and, tracking all those developments. Well, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news updates coming up on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Welcome back. Now counting down to the Haryana elections, and politics is picking up in poll-bound Haryana 2 days after the Election Commission announced the postponement of the polls by a few days. The BJP and Congress are in a huddle now. The BJP has been conducting marathon meetings to seal their list of candidates for the Haryana elections. After the CEC meeting, there have been back-to-back marathon meetings of the BJP. The Congress will also conduct its first meeting today over the selection of candidates. Earlier, we spoke to Gurpreet for more.
We have seen this time has given a lot of opportunity for the central leader to just hold a marathon debate on each and every candidate which they are going to announce in all the 90 Vidhan Sabha seats. Not only the BJP central leadership, they are mulling and discussing each and every point with all the state leaders so that the proper candidate should be given to all the constituency and they will be able to come back into power. What we can understand from the sources, anti-incumbency is the major issue for the BJP and they are trying to combat with this thing. And what we have learned, it might be possible some leaders' tickets can be changed because they feel they are trying to look up all the aspects, and if some candidate or maybe MLA has some anti-incumbency, he may lose his ticket. But at the same time, if we can talk about the Congress, we have seen the Congress leaders say those who are able to get a ticket last time, most of the people, they will be able to get the ticket. But in the Congress, what we have learned from the sources, winnability is one of the major parameter for giving the ticket to the candidate. So they are also conducting survey in all the constituency to find out a good and the winning candidate from these constituencies.
Right.
If we can talk about the JJP, INLD, that these are the regional parties, they are also for the alliance so that they will be able to make a revival in the state politics. So these type of the meeting are going on. Let's see that which political strategy for which political party will work out. That will be clear once the result will be out.
And from poll-bound Haryana now to poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir, where the BJP and Congress are likely to release the list of its candidates for the second and third phase of the assembly elections due in the Union Territory. The BJP has been facing trouble over ticket distribution in Jammu, and its third list is expected to address concerns over the denial of tickets to some of the senior leaders. Meanwhile, campaigning has picked up across Jammu and Kashmir as candidates are filing their nominations for the second phase. Top leadership of the BJP and Congress are expected to address elections across the region. The Congress says Rahul Gandhi will start his election campaign in Union Territory from Wednesday. Earlier we spoke to Nazir for more on the latest.
Mainly BJP's whole focus is about Jammu, but it is because it has been their stronghold, but they have been facing a lot of trouble in the wake of this ticket distribution. Many people have challenged it and some people have resigned. There have been protests. So BJP has rushed its senior leaders to calm the tempers and pacify those angry people or the candidates. Because it is after 10 years you are having assembly elections. So it's but natural there would be so many claimants. And the other parts are also having their own share of trouble. So Congress also releasing its list of candidates today. The party, as we know, as alliance with the National Conference, there was a lot of back and forth on alliance seat sharing, but finally they made it, and both parties are fighting together. But there are some seats where both parties have friendly contests. So Congress is saying that its entire top leadership will be extensively campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. Rahul Gandhi will start campaigning and addressing rallies from Wednesday. He will be addressing two rallies, one in Duru Assembly constituency and second in Banihal Assembly constituency. Then Priyanka Gandhi is also expected to address several rallies in Jammu and Kashmir. And on BJP side, Prime Minister would be leading the campaign for the BJP from 9th of this month. So it's Amit Shah, Home Minister, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP President JP Nadda, and entire leadership of the BJP. They are coming and campaigning extensively. And they are hoping to win most of the seats, particularly from the Jammu region, and help some of the independent candidates in Kashmir Valley, because BJP doesn't have enough footprint in the valley. Even in parliament elections, they chose to contest only 2 seats in Jammu region, but did not contest any seat in the valley. So it is very, very fascinating election. We have already seen large number of people, participating in the, election process. And today and tomorrow would be 5th is the last day of this second phase of filing of nomination papers.
All right, in news now from the northeast, more unrest now in Manipur. A flare-up of violence has taken place in Manipur's inter-district boundary areas after several months. 2 people were killed there yesterday, including a woman, while her 12-year-old daughter has been injured, along with 9 others, including 2 police personnel and a television reporter injured as well in gunfire and bombings in Imphal West's Kotrik area. A statement said in an unprecedented attack in Kotruk, alleged militants deployed numerous RPGs, that's rocket-propelled grenades, using high-tech drones. So high-tech drones being used to drop explosives is what the official statement of the Manipur police says. A senior police officer estimated that 7 to 8 such explosives had been used to target the village. Earlier we spoke to Ratnadeep for more.
This is another fresh spell of violence that Manipur has witnessed since yesterday in Kotruk, which is in Imphal West. It is a bordering area of the Imphal Valley region with the Hill district. It is at the border of Kankopi district, which is dominated by the Kuki-Zomi tribe. Remember, the valley region is dominated by the Metis, and both these ethnic groups have been at loggerheads since May 3 last year. And there was a lull in violence, but this new violence which has taken place has claimed 2 lives. As we have pointed out, at least 10 people, including a journalist, police personnel is injured. They're being treated at hospital. Now, what we are picking up is that this attack started after 2 p.m. Last afternoon, and there were firing, and in fact intermittent firing had continued for 12 to 13 hours. Also, what is most concerning is what the state government and the state police has claimed, that high-tech military-grade drones were used to drop the bombs. And this is something which is a new dimension to the conflict that we have seen in Manipur. In fact, security agencies, particularly central security forces, were deployed in the fringe areas. Their duty was to keep both these 2 warring ethnic groups away from each other. Remember, from the Kuki side also, there are allegations that they have been firing at their villages. The state government on record has said that the Kuki militants are behind this attack. However, what is important to note that the state has been put in high alert, given the fact that all the district SPs have been asked to carry out combing operations. State Home Department has written to police for launching operations, and in meantime people have fled from that area. So these are the areas which have been affected in last year's violence as well, and now once again people have fled from that area. So this is going to be a new reason of concern for the state and center, even as the opposition has once again attacked the state government and the center for these new spell of attack that has taken place yesterday.
All right, with that, time for us to slip into a short break. News and updates continue right here on NDTV. To keep watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Early morning ED raids at AAP Neta's residence. ED heat on Amanatullah Khan over an alleged money laundering case involving financial irregularities connected to the Waqf board. The release of Kangana Ranaut's film Emergency postponed amid a huge controversy over the portrayal of the Sikh community in it. The censor board has asked for more cuts. Rain havoc in Andhra and Telangana leads to 27 deaths. The Prime Minister dials the Chief Ministers, assures them of all help. 2 days after the Election Commission announced postponement of polls in Haryana, the BJP and Congress have gone into huddle.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter.
And impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV. 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vazwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including controversy that's erupted over the newly released Netflix show on the hijacking of the Indian Airlines 814. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. Controversy over the Netflix series on IC814 hijacking. Sources are telling us that Netflix India content head has now been summoned by the government. The social media controversy regarding the name change of the hijackers. And the release of Kangana Ranaut's new film, Emergency, has been postponed amid a huge controversy over the portrayal as far as the Sikh community is concerned. The film board has asked for more cuts and the film is yet to get a green signal from the certification board. Do remember it was supposed to release on the 6th of this month. A day after the protests that started after Manipur's chief minister's statement, now more violence has broken out and 2 people have died, including a woman, and her 12-year-old daughter has been injured amongst 9 others. 27 people have died in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana due to the monsoon mayhem. The rain fury continues, and it's the Prime Minister who has spoken with the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, assuring them of all possible help, while work from home advisory has been given out for techies, and schools and colleges remain closed in Hyderabad. West Bengal Assembly's special session begins today to pass a bill proposing the death penalty for rapists following the tragic rape and murder of a postgraduate trainee doctor. The bill seeks to ensure swift justice in such heinous crimes. And this is early morning that Aam Aadmi Party leader's house was raided. We're talking about Amanatullah Khan, who says that he was raided by the enforcement directorate and they are here to arrest me, is what he put out on social media in the alleged money laundering case involving financial irregularities pertaining to the Delhi Waqf Board, a case which is 8 years old. Let's get to your top story, and that's the controversy that's broken out over the Netflix series, the newly released series based on the hijacking of the Indian Airlines. Now, this is the Information and Broadcasting Ministry has summoned the Netflix content head, the social media outrage as far as the hijacking series of IC-814 is concerned. The controversy is regarding the name change. This is what we're hearing from sources that Netflix India content head has been summoned by the government, and the outrage is in regard to the name that has been changed as far as the hijackers are concerned. Now, it is the filmmaker who has been accused of deliberately changing those names. Well, we have my colleague Abira joining us to get us more on this. Abira, in regard to the change of names as far as the hijackers is concerned, there's huge controversy that's broken out, and it's the filmmaker who they're saying deliberately changed the names.
Okay, what I have heard, I have interviewed Anubhav Sinha already regarding the series. He made a OTT debut with the series, the IC-814, the Kandahar hijack. And okay, let's start with this. The hijackers were known by their code names while the hijack was happening, and they were called Chief, Doctor, Burger, Bhola and Shankar. These were the code names. And later on, it was released their real name after they were captured. The real names were released. That is Ibrahim Athar, Shahid Akhtar Saeed, Sunny Ahmed Qazi, Mistri Zahur Ibrahim and Shakir. But while the hijack was happening and the whole incident taking place, they were talking to each other in code names, and that's exactly the code names that have been used throughout the show that Anubhav Sinha has directed. So we need to wait and watch what Netflix head has to say to the IBN ministry or Anubhav Sinha has to say about this. But this is what has happened, and it is also based on a book which has been written by the pilot who was there during the hijack.
Right, of course. Abira, just stay with us. We also have Akhilesh joining us to get us more. Let's just talk about this controversy that has erupted in terms of the names that have been changed in regard to that hijacking that took place in 1999. So this newly released Netflix show, which has been directed by Anubhav Sinha, who has deliberately changed the name. So from what we're hearing at the moment is that from our sources that the content head, as far as Netflix India is concerned, has now been summoned by the government because there's been an outrage by the media as far as the name change of the hijackers is concerned. So the filmmaker has been accused of deliberately changing the names as far as the hijackers go in this newly released Netflix show based on the incident that took place of the hijacking of the Indian Airlines, the IC-814, that took place in 1999. So to get more on this, we have Akhilesh joining us. Akhilesh, take us through, the names that were changed. Take us through what is this controversy all about?
Well, the controversy is basically that the social media handlers have been saying that the director of the OTT series has deliberately changed the names and of the hijackers. In the entire series, the hijackers address themselves as Chief Dr. Burger, Bhola and Shankar. So these two, the last two names, Bhola and Shankar, are Hindu names, and these are the names which are being used by the hijackers inside the plane. And this is what has been shown in the OTT series. And that's why the social media handlers have complained that this has been done deliberately, because as far as the official position is concerned, it's a well-known fact that the names of the hijackers were not Chief Dr. Burger, Bhola or Shankar, but their names were Ibrahim Athar, Shahid Akhtar Syed, Sani Ahmed Qazi, Mr. Zahur Ibrahim and Shakir. But the OTT series makers, they are saying very clearly that these were the code names which were used by the hijackers, because of course they did not want to reveal their real identity. That's why they were using the code names. But the question is being raised in why the OTT maker or the director did not show the real names. They should have made it very clear who the real hijackers were. And these two Hindu names were being used there, Bahul, Bhola and Shankar, just to create confusion. So this is why the complaint has been raised. Now the IND Ministry has taken note and cognizance of the matter, and now has summoned the content head of the Netflix, and she has to appear before the IND Ministry, and she has to explain what is the position of the Netflix platform as far as this series is concerned.
Right, this comes after many on social media criticized the show for changing the name. Of course, Abira, stay with us. We will come back to you for more on this. And of course, this is in regard to the names that were changed. Of course, the filmmakers, the makers of the series have gone on to say that those were the names that were being used by them. They had changed their names during the hijacking that took place in 1999. Well, staying with more news, the release of Kangana Ranaut's new film Emergency has been postponed amid a huge controversy over the portrayal of the Sikh community in it. The release of the trailer had caused a furore in Punjab, and the film is yet to get a green signal from the certification board. The film's release was expected on the 6th of this month, which has now been pushed back, and sources have said that the film board has gone ahead and asked for more cuts. The board has said that it would take into account the sentiments of every community. So we have Abira back with us. She'd gone on to claim that she is going to be defending the film. She's gone on to say that the cuts that are required includes cuts of Indira Gandhi as well as Punjab riots, and she's basically said that there's really nothing left of the film if she made those cuts.
Yes, she said this on Friday, and since then a lot has happened. On Sunday we got to know that the film will not be releasing as scheduled on 6th of September. But what the latest is that Kangana has responded to a tweet just 10 minutes back, where she replied to a tweet which talked about the hijack of IC-814 series and how the names have been changed. She replied to it and said, the law of the land is that one can show unimaginable amount of violence and nudity on OTT platforms without any consequence or censorship. One can even distort real life events, we know who she's talking about, to suit her politically motivated sinister motives. That there is all the freedom for communists or leftists across the world for such anti-national expressions, but as a nationalist, no OTT platform allows us to make films that resolves around the integrity and unity of Bharat. It seems censorship is only for some of us who don't want tuked of national and make films of historic facts. It's hugely demotivating and unjust. So this is the first time we heard from Kangana since the news of her film not releasing as scheduled on 6th of September. We'll be waiting for the new dates. The dates have not been released yet, the new release date. And what are the other, CBFC has to still issue a certificate, so the wait is still on.
Right, Bira, so Kangana Ranaut there is talking about the law of the land and how, things are allowed as far as OTT platforms are concerned, whether it's nudity or it's, the language that's used on OTT, and also distorting facts is what she's gone on to say. Thank you so much, Abira. But also my colleague Gurpreet gets us all the details as to the reaction that's coming about regarding this particular film. And of course, we do know there was a big, huge furore when the trailer of this movie came out.
Delhi Akali leader, they have already sent a notice explaining that in the trailer, it seems not only the Congress was being targeted in the emergency movie, but they have also targeted the Sikh community. They say this there is need to put a ban on this movie because it will hurt the sentiments of the Sikh community also. Not only in Delhi, we have seen in Punjab also, and specifically in Punjab and Haryana High Court, we have seen PIL has already been filed by one of the youth here, and he has been demanding there is need to put a ban on this emergency movie of Kangana Ranaut because it will create disharmony and it will give a hated message in the society also. So let's see that how the court is going to take a preview, and at the same time the Akali Dal Neta, who has already sent a notice to the film board requesting to put a ban on this thing, that will be clear once the board is going to take a call. And here we have seen not only High Court, even in the district courts, a lot of application have been moved against this emergency movie. So let's see that how the court is also taking a view on this petitions which has been moved by a lot of people in the various districts and specifically in Punjab and Haryana High Court. As of now, what we can understand, they feel this is not a movie related to a Congress, but somewhere down the lane it will also hurt the sentiments of the Sikh community, and that is the main cause why they have been appealing before the film board. And at the same time, they are saying, it seems from the trailer, there is some historical facts which were being distorted in the movie, and that is the possible reasons why they want it should not be released at this point of time. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And switching tracks to Manipur now, in a flare-up of violence in the inter-district boundary areas. After several months, 2 people have been killed, including a woman, while her 12-year-old daughter has been injured, along with 9 others. The 9 others include 2 police personnel and a television reporter who've been injured in the gunfire and bombing in Imphal. In an unprecedented attack that's taken place, allegedly, the militants have deployed numerous RPGs, rocket-propelled grenades, using high-tech drones. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, get us details of this violence that's taken place, in which a woman has been killed along with another person, and her 12-year-old daughter has also been injured, and not just a 12-year-old daughter, but also a television reporter.
That's right. This is a major escalation after months of Manipur being, a little bit normal in terms of that there were no major violence. Remember, in the beginning of this year, we did see escalation, and then a couple of months back, there were escalation in Jiribam district of Manipur, and after that, there was a lull. In fact, the central government had reviewed the Manipur situation. Manipur governor was changed, and some strategy changes had taken place. But now what we are picking up is that after yesterday's escalation, where at least 2 people have died, 10 people are injured, that includes this minor girl of the lady who has been shot dead, and also one journalist who was there covering it. Now more central forces have moved into this area, Kotuk, which is in Imphal West. It is actually in the border area with Kankopi district. Now this border areas, these fringe areas, have been the reason of concern since last year's ethnic violence, and have seen violence before, but there have been intermittent firing not only in that area but in some other areas as well. So that is the reason of concern. What we have picked up from our sources in the security establishment is that what is concerning is the way yesterday's attack was carried out. That what we are hearing, that snipers were used to target the villagers. They were fired upon, and then what the state government claims that drones were used to drop bombs. Now, that is something which would be a reason of concern. The Manipur police has come on record to say RPG were fired upon from platforms which were drone, which were basically high-tech military-grade drones. Now, remember, few months back in NDTV, we had reported at least 2 stories of 2 different consignments of drones and equipments which are part of military-grade drones that were seized by the Assam police, which were going to Manipur. Incidentally, what we picked up from Manipur police is that those consignments were again for 2 different groups of armed people. So therefore, it seems that both sides maybe they were trying to develop capabilities of drones, and therefore this would be a new reason of concern for New Delhi and even the security establishment, particularly MHA, because MHA is a key player here. They are trying to create a situation for peace, and the central forces are responsible for maintaining peace in the border areas between the hill and the valleys. So therefore, this now questions have been raised in terms of what the central forces were doing. At this moment, combing operation continues, but this is a time when perhaps a review has to be done after this fresh escalation.
Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now to J&K, and one army jawan has been injured after terrorists fired from a standoff distance near the largest army base in Jammu this morning. According to the defense spokesperson, the fire was launched from a distance, and this took place early this morning between 10 and 10:30. So an army jawan has been injured in a firing that's taken place by terrorists. The incident took place at a military station in Jammu. The terrorists fired from outside the base is what officials have gone on to say. My colleague Nazir joining us. Nazir, what details do you have for us?
Well, it is a very, very serious incident. It used to be a sniper fire. They may have, that is what the sources tell us. The reports that one soldier has been injured, but some reports suggest that one soldier may have been killed in action. Soon after this firing, at least 3 rounds of sniper rounds were fired. So the army has launched an operation. There was a retaliation. There was whole area has been cordoned off. It is in the Jammu city. This Sujma army camp, which was last time I remember I covered it in early 2018 when there was an attack. Syrian attack inside the Sujwan camp. So now we see as Jammu is high on terror radar, there have been series of attacks on the security force encounters. We see now it has reached to Jammu city. That too, when the elections are on, election process has started. First phase of electoral polling would be on 18th of this month, and then 25th, and the next third phase on the 1st of October. So when the election is on, the whole security forces concern is about conducting fair and peaceful election. We see this attack on army, as army has remained the target of militants, particularly who have come from Pakistan and who appear to be well trained. Normally they have been using these M4 US-made rifles, but in this case it is a sniper. But the sources are telling us security sources sniper, firing. So clearly it is a huge, huge security concern, that too when something happens in Jammu city. So a coordinated search operation is on to track down the attackers. It is clear that he may have set some hillock or the vintage position, so it needs a large operation to track down the attacker or attacker.
Right, Nazir, they're reporting, of course, the timing of this, given the fact that elections are around the corner and this attack that has taken place. We are seeing more attacks being reported in the Jammu region, particularly when Jammu and Kashmir is set to go to assembly polls. This will be held in 3 phases, starting on the 18th of this month, followed by the 25th, and then the 1st of October with the results there. Then that will be declared later on. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us. Now, at least 27 people have died in heavy rain that battered Telangana and Andhra Pradesh for the second consecutive day on a Sunday, causing flooding and waterlogging in several areas. And what's making matters worse is that a rain alert is in place as far as Telangana is concerned. An orange category warning has been sounded off, while as far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, there's no warning as of over the next 24 hours. But heavy rains continue over many parts, and that is what is disrupting road and rail traffic. At least 15 people have died in Telangana, 12 in Andhra Pradesh. Rivers have turned into roads have turned into rivers, and unprecedented visuals that have come in regard to the water that has there's waterlogging, and because of which schools and colleges have been shut in Hyderabad, and work from home advisory has been sounded off. The Prime Minister has spoken with the Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu as well as Chief Minister Revanth Reddy, and has assured them of all possible help from the centre. While Andhra Pradesh's Chief Minister has gone on to say that we are streamlining the system. 110 boats are currently working to supply food and provide medical assistance, and regularly monitoring the flood situation, and officials are actively working on the ground since last night. I have visited many flood affected areas, and the public should not panic. We are setting up command and control centres in the flood affected areas. This is what the Chief Minister had to say. Now, this at a time when thousands of people are being evacuated by the national and state disaster response forces from the flooded areas to relief camps.
It has been now 3 to 4 days of incessant rains, and both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana would be hoping that the worst is over or is behind them. As of now, still in Telangana, as many as 19 districts, the flash flood risk alert has been given. In as many as 9 districts, there is still a red alert, and in 12 districts, there is an orange alert. In Andhra Pradesh as well, the fear is that the water bodies are all running full, and with more rains happening upstream as well, the water would start coming more into these water bodies, and there could be breaches that can happen. It is being said that in multiple areas there could be a breach of the water bodies, and that's what they are warned against, because the authorities are now coming in with the NDRF and the SDRF put on high alert. In Khammam especially, there was reason to rescue, but with these kind of weather conditions, rescue was not possible, and that did create a lot of anger among the people there. Minister Ponguletti Srinivas almost broke down in a press conference as he spoke about a couple, Yakub and his wife, who he had been in touch with since the morning yesterday, and by evening they were asking for help, and he was trying to deploy a chopper there, but a drone was able to drop some life jackets, but only the boy could be saved, and the couple, both his parents in fact died in these floods. The boy in fact swam to safety with the life jacket that he was provided by the drone. Another very tragic case of a father and a daughter, Nunawat Motilal and his daughter Ashwini. The daughter in fact a scientist from the ICAR who were going to the Hyderabad airport, but their car in fact got washed away, because of which the scientist and her father both were their bodies were found later, 26-year-old Ashwini and her father. Schools, colleges have been closed, IT and ITES services have been asked to work from home, and the rail network from Hyderabad to Vijayawada quite badly affected in fact, and as many as 100 trains were cancelled, many of them diverted as well, those coming from the northern region, many of them taking alternate routes, and therefore there are going to be enormous delays. The National Highway 65 as well was breached at multiple areas, and people have been advised not to come out to the National Highway, in fact not to come out at all of their homes if they are in a safe place, and if they are in low-lying areas or in structures that are not stable, they have been asked to move to other areas. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh in fact spent the night at the collectorate, and will continue to be there to monitor the waters in both the Krishna and the Godavari and the rivers that are flowing in that region, because there could be a danger of floods happening because of breaching of those water bodies. Vijayawada has presented quite distressing kind of visuals with entire areas, roads disappearing, and entire areas coming underwater. So that is going to take some time, and the worry will also be about the waterborne diseases that are to come, and therefore safe water is sought to be provided by the authorities. In Telangana, we are talking about multiple districts including Kodad, Nalgonda, Mehbubabad, Khammam district, where the concern continues to be there. In Hyderabad, to its credit, most areas the water had drained out, and therefore there is no flooding in any of the urban areas in Hyderabad itself.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for joining us. And breaking news coming in at the moment of Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah, who has now been arrested by the officials of the Enforcement Directorate. Do remember that the Enforcement Directorate officials had reached at 7 o'clock this morning at the residence of the Aam Aadmi Party leader in connection with the money laundering case against the MLA. The case relates to alleged irregularities in the appointments in the Delhi Waqf-Board and leasing of its properties. Mr. Khan had taken to social media this morning on X, in which he had said that the ED team plans to arrest him and that they are trying to break the party, but they will not manage and that he will not bow down. He also had gone on to say that how he has complete faith in the judiciary system, how the court had given him reprieve in this case earlier on, and he is expecting the same, that justice will be served this time around as well. Do remember that this is a case that dates back to 2016 and he had got clearance from the CBI in this particular case, but it is the Enforcement Directorate that picked up this case last year. So over the last 2 years, it is Amanatullah Khan who has been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate. He's been asking for time. He's been saying that his mother-in-law has been battling with cancer, which is why he requires more time. However, it is Manish Sisodia and Sajay Singh who have hit out at the BJP government at the centre and accused the centre for targeting those who raise their voices against the ruling party. The BJP, on the other hand, hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party and also at Mr. Khan. So it is Saurabh Bhardwaj also who has gone on to say that this is something what, there's a complete misuse when it comes to the central agencies, a complete misuse of the Enforcement Directorate when there is no case. It is an 8-year-old case, no proof was found then, and there is really no proof against Mr. Khan. So to get more on this, in fact, let's just go across to Shreya, who's joining us. Shreya has been reporting from right outside Mr. Khan's residence since early this morning. Shreya, now the man has been arrested.
That's right. So he has been, Amanatullah has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate officials, and we saw the ED team coming early in the morning at his residence and conducting a search warrant. And after almost 4 hours of the search warrant and raid here at Amanatullah's home, he has been arrested. He has been detained by the ED officials, and now he has moved to the ED office. And we know that he has been facing charges of misappropriation of funds and illegal recruitment and appointments done when he was the chairman of the Waqf Board in his tenure from 2018 to 2022. And remember that in this very month, in 2022, he was arrested by the anti-corruption branch for these similar allegations of misappropriation of funds and him unjustly leasing out the Waqf Board properties, including schools, and making illegal appointments and recruitments based on favoritism. And right now we are at Okla, the constituency that he represents, and just a couple of minutes ago we saw him being detained by the ED officials, and now he will be moving to the ED office.
Right, of course, so we also have Anushka joining us. Anushka, the CBI earlier in this particular case had gone on to say that they had found nothing against the man. There was no evidence, there was no proof. The CBI had told the court that no financial crime was committed in this matter, and now he has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in this particular case. Shreya joining us from Okla, from the constituency of the MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party leader. Shreya, it was Sanjay Singh this morning who had gone on to say that this is nothing but hooliganism as far as the Enforcement Directorate is concerned. This is dictatorship of the Modi government, and that is really what is happening here. And Manish Sisodia, they're saying that the voices that are being raised are the voices that they, the voices that are not suppressed finally end up in jail. So that is what is playing out now. Another Aam Aadmi Party leader who has now been taken in by the Enforcement Directorate. So we have Shreya joining us from right outside the residence of Mr. Khan in the Okla area, the constituency that he represents. Well, Shreya, take us through this particular case against Mr. Khan. The CBI had given him a clean sheet. The CBI had gone on to say that there were no financial irregularities in the case. There was no evidence against the man. And the ED had also, conducted a search and a raid last year, but nothing really was found, and which is what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming, that there is no evidence against the man. And why is he being questioned? Why, raising questions about the timing of the ED reaching as early as 7 o'clock in the morning. And of course, Mr. Khan there taking to social media very, very, they're saying that this does mean that they are here to arrest me, and that's exactly what's played out.
Aam Aadmi Party leaders, including Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia, taking a dig at the BJP and saying that this is a BJP's political vendetta, that Abdullah is being trapped in this fabricated case, and the fact that CBI did not find any evidence. But we know in 2022, when the search warrant was done here at his very own residence, they had recovered almost 24 lakh rupees along with other ammunitions, and today, in fact, the leader of opposition, Vijay Nair, has gone on to say that 4 of these members of the Waqf board has filed a complaint against him of corruption, of him unjustly leasing out the Waqf board properties, including a school in Fatehpuri, an MCD school, which he rented out, which he emptied the school, and where he rented out several stores, and he was earning money, almost lakhs of money illegally. Now these are allegations made by Vijay Gupta, the leader of opposition, and we understand that this entire political drama is happening right ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections, and that is why the Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they believe that they are being trapped, they are being targeted by the central government, and that's the reason why this search warrant took place, and the ED has been claiming that he has these charges of misappropriation of funds and illegal recruitments in the Waqf board during his tenure from 2018 to 2022. Now he has already been detained by the ED. Now he'll be moving to the ED office, and right outside outside his residence in Okla. Remember, this morning itself, the ED had come at around 6:30 in the morning, and almost for 2 hours there was a verbal spat between the leader and the ED, and he did not let them enter his home because his mother has been undergoing a cancer treatment, and he himself said that he has replied to all the notices issued by the ED, and he is being harassed unnecessarily. But at around 8:30 in the morning, the ED went into his house and reviewed the documents and materials and conducted the search warrant for almost 4 hours. After that, we have been tracking this story, and we saw that just a couple of minutes back, the ED left along with the leader, the Aam Aadmi Party leader, and now they are heading to the ED office. He has been detained. He has been detained by the ED officials with charges of misappropriation of funds and illegal recruitments during his tenure as the Waqf board chairman from 2018 to 2022.
Right, Shreya, of course, Saurabh Bhardwaj there questioning the timing of this, saying that just when elections are around the corner is when the ED's heat is being felt by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Shreya joining us from Okla, the constituency that's represented by Mr. Khan. Mr. Khan, who has just been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Do remember that it was the ED officials who reached his residence at 7 this morning in order to question him on a case which is 8 years old in regard to the irregularities. This is the financial irregularities in the Delhi Waqf board. Let's just also get you Anushka, who's joining us. Anushka, it's Saurabh Bhardwaj there questioning the timing of this, saying that it's a complete misuse of agencies, especially as elections around the corner.
Well, after we saw that the ED team reached Amanatullah Khan's residence, he took to Twitter and said that his house is being raided, and on the matter where CBI had already said that he had granted bail and that no proofs were found against him. Right now, only a few minutes back, Saurabh Bhardwaj, the Delhi minister, held a PC and said that the center is misusing these central agencies against the opposition, and that hooliganism is going on at the behest of the center, and a lot of political heat is going on, where we saw Aam Aadmi Party leaders hitting against the BJP and saying that it is going on ahead of a time where the Delhi assembly elections are about to be held. And also, let me tell you this fact that several BJP leaders, including Vijendra Gupta, said that in this case, while that Amanatullah Khan was his tenure in 2018 to 22, he held the office. There was a lot of misappropriation of funds and a lot of gratification was given to people that was illegal. And on that matter, Delhi minister, Saurabh Bhardwaj has said that this is not the case, and if there is an issue of misappropriate funding and giving jobs to people on behalf of money, then the case should be investigated with a decency, and that the person who is responsible for it should be punished. But there should be a fair investigation of this whole case, rather than just going on and raiding Amanatullah Khan's residence. Let me tell you, Saurabh Bhardwaj also went on and said that Amanatullah Khan lives in a 3-room flat, and before also the ED had raided the house. Right now his mother-in-law is inside the house, and she's suffering from cancer. She's battling cancer, and despite him telling this to ED, despite him giving his fact in front of ED, then also the ED team came in the morning and raided his house, and right now the ED has detained Amanatullah Khan has taken him to the ED office. A lot of investigation is sure to follow further. And let me tell you that the BJP is also about to give reactions on this whole matter. BJP is clearly claiming that because of illegal use of his power, of his position, and giving gratification to people in favor in cash, and then giving people post on behalf of selective favoritism, this whole matter is given to ED, and right now the ED is investigating. Amanatullah Khan has been detained by the ED, and right now he's been taken to the ED office. Saurabh Bhardwaj also said that this whole matter, that how this matter is being unfolded and how the center is constantly using ED against the opposition, it is a matter of shame, and that this should not be done. He also gave example of K. Kavita's case, wherein the court clearly ruled out her bail and said that she should be given bail because there was no enough proof, and for a leader to be kept in jail for so long is not right, and she was given bail. Just like this, Amanatullah Khan's case is also being treated in such a manner where Amanatullah Khan has been detained by the ED, and right now he's been taken to the ED office. The investigation is sure to follow, and right now I can also say that the
Anushka,
BJP
let's just go across to Shreya now, and Shreya, of course, reactions coming about from the Aam Aadmi Party since early this morning, asking whether the Enforcement Directorate is doing its job, or the probe is nothing but a comedy that's being played out. So many questions are being raised as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, talking about this really happens when elections are around the corner, is when the ED's heat is being felt by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. And given the fact that elections in Haryana are coming up very, very soon, also talking about how it is Mr. Khan who has taken to social media. He did take to social media early this morning and said that this is just an attempt to break the party and that he wouldn't bow down.
That's right. We know that several of these Aam Aadmi Party leaders have called out on the central government and calling the ED, the Enforcement Directorate, a puppet in the hands of the central government, and the fact that the ED is conducting these raids and has arrested Amanatullah right now. A couple of minutes back, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are criticizing this move, condemning the ED's decision to raid his home, despite the leader responding to all the notices issued by ED, and he himself went on to record and said that that he has been harassed by the ED, by the agency constantly, and that he has always been responsive to the ED's notices, and he is being harassed by the ED and has called the central government a dictator. dictatorship, and said that he has been working sincerely and honestly all throughout, and this he is just being trapped in this fabricated case. This is what Amanatullah himself said on record this morning before the raid began, and the raid began at around 8:30 and went on for almost 6 hours. 6 hours of search warrant as well as drilling took place at his residence here in Oakline, Jamia Nagar, and we are currently here outside his home. We also know that his mother has been sick, has been undergoing cancer treatment, and we saw visuals of his family members sort of trying to stop the ED officials to enter their home because they have been sick. The mother of Amanatullah has been sick for quite some time now, and they did not understand the reasoning, the logic why ED had arrived at their residence early in the morning. But after that, we saw the raid took place, the grilling took place for almost 6 hours, and after a long grilling session and search warrant, a couple of minutes back, Amanatullah as well as the ED team of almost 5-6 members, they left the residence, and now they have moved to the ED office. And we understand that Delhi Assembly elections is just around the corner, and that is why this incident is conjuring a lot of political heat and political drama with the BJP leaders, the leader of opposition Vijendra Gupta targeting Amanatullah, stating that he has collected almost 9 crore rupees as teacher fees from one of the Waqf board properties, MCD school in Fatehpuri, and he has made almost 162 illegal appointments, that is appointments and admissions based on favoritism. And he has made these allegations this morning and said that he called Amanatullah as a notorious anti-social element who has been practicing these the corruption for time immemorial, since he has been the chairman of the Waqf board from 2018 to 2022. But we also understand that senior leaders like Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia, who himself was granted bail just a few days ago, he has also gone on to say that the central government is trying to target the Aam Aadmi Party because they speak up against their policies. They are the only voice of dissent of opposition, and the fact that central government is trying to suppress their voice there, and they are doing so by conducting these ED raids and detaining the senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah. And now we of course know at this point he has left for the ED office, and now we will be seeing what's going to be next for the Aam Aadmi Party.
The enforcement director has gone on to claim that Mr. Khan acquired huge proceeds of crime in cash through his illegal recruitment and used the funds to purchase immovable assets in the name of his associates. Take us through the case against him, in which the CBI had given him an absolutely clean sheet. My colleague Anushka joining us. Anushka, when we talk about the case against Mr. Khan is in regard to 100 crore rupees Waqf properties which are given on lease illegally under the chairmanship of Mr. Khan, who the enforcement directorate is claiming flouted rules.
Yes, well, rightly said. As we can see, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders are clearly saying that after the CBI ruled out a clean chit and said that there is no involvement of Amanatullah Khan on this whole case, the ED has taken to Amanatullah Khan's residence and raided his house early in the morning. After that, Amanatullah Khan took to his Twitter and said that his house is being raided despite the fact that his mother, who is battling cancer, is inside the house. And then he also informed the ED about this whole situation. But despite that, to harass him, to to dissent create a panic situation for the opposition. They have been doing this because the elections are coming once again, and the BJP people do this quite a lot. When elections come on, they send the central agencies to the house of opposition so that they could break the party. But clearly in this case, Aam Aadmi Party's senior leader, say Manish Sisodia and Saurabh Bhardwaj, they all said that the ED will arrest him, and rightly so. We saw that the ED officials, took him into, to ED office, and then we can clearly see that they have detained him, and the questioning will still go on. After 4.5 hours of questioning and investigation, the ED has took Amanatullah Khan to the office, and right now also we can see that the whole case, while Amanatullah Khan was holding a place in Delhi Waqf Board, the matter of illegal gratification came under the radar. He's also under the scanner for illegally leasing the Waqf Board properties and then giving job to people who are selectively favorite to his likes. And then after all this matter came into light, the CBI did a probe here and said that they have no proof against they have no proof against Amanatullah Khan. But despite that, the ED had raided Amanatullah Khan's house in the morning. Also we saw that a lot of Aam Aadmi Party senior leaders like Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh took to their social media and said that it is an attempt to arrest the leader. And right now also we can see that Amanatullah Khan was detained and then taken to the ED office. Right now the house of questioning will still go on, but because of this all, we can see a lot of political heat going on in Delhi, with a lot of leaders like BJP leaders from Delhi BJP have said that he is an anti-social element and a very notorious leader. And Saurabh Bhardwaj did a PC just few minutes back and said that despite all of the allegations made against Amanatullah Khan, he won, and the people of Delhi had voted for him, and then he was the MLA of Okhla constituency. And despite all of this fact, despite the CBI giving Amanatullah Khan a clean chit, then also ED came to his house early in the morning while his mother was sick, battling with cancer, and detained him and took him to the ED office for further questioning. This whole matter comes when Haryana elections is coming, Delhi elections will be coming, and this is an attempt to destroy the party as per the Aam Aadmi Party officials.
Right, it was Mr. Khan who took to social media early this morning, said just now early in the morning, at the behest of the dictator, his puppet, the enforcement directorate has reached my house. The dictator is leaving no stone unturned in harassing me and the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. He also went on to say that this is to break the party and that he wouldn't bow down, and that he had complete faith in the judiciary. Just like he had got relief last time round, he would expect that same relief that he should get in this case. Do remember, it was the CBI who had filed that case against him back in 2016, which accused Mr. Khan of illegally appointing individuals to non-sanctioned and non-existent vacancies at the Delhi Waqf Board, causing financial loss to the Delhi government and illegal gains to himself. But it is the CBI who had gone on to say that there was no proof of any irregularities, financial irregularities in the case. There was no proof against Mr. Khan, and but it was the enforcement directorate that picked up this case. And over the last 2 years, like Mr. Khan has been saying, Mr. Khan claims that it is the enforcement directorate that has been harassing him. He has been asking for more time because he claims that his mother-in-law is battling cancer, and which is why he needed more time as far as this matter is concerned. We will keep tracking the story. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest from Jammu and Kashmir. And an army jawan has been injured in this incident that's taken place at an army base. Well, terrorists fired at that army base and search operations are underway. One army jawan has been injured in the firing that's taken place by terrorists, an incident that's being reported out of Jammu. So one army jawan was injured after terrorists fired from a standoff distance near the largest army base in Jammu at about 10 o'clock this morning is what we're hearing. To get more on this, we have Nazir joining us. Nazir, the timing of this, in terms of the number of attacks that are being reported particularly out of Jammu and very close to the assembly polls.
Yes, and this operation, counter-militancy operation, is underway in Sujma area of Jammu city, where one army soldier was reportedly injured in a sniper rifle, firing. So it is a very, very serious and a new dimension to the militancy and the security scenario. That too during the time of assembly elections, when top leaders from across, political parties are actually and the government are coming for the campaigning. And when you have an active sniper, if it is actually a sniper, which we have been told, active sniper is, in the town, it is a dangerous thing for this and a really challenge for the security agencies to deal with it. What we hear that there was at least 3 rounds. One soldier was hit. There are some reports a soldier was killed in action, but some reports suggest he is injured. So the fact is that there was a firing on the camp, and then a massive coordinated search operation, as you can see in the video, that has been launched in the area. Last time it was in early 2018 when there was a Fidain attack, when militants stormed this Sujma camp, and 5 soldiers that time were killed. They were without any weapons. They were in their residential quarters that time. So now when we see the Jammu is high on terror radar, there have been series of attacks on the encounters with the army in the whole region of Jammu. Almost 8 districts in Jammu region are now infested by militancy, all those who come from Pakistan. Now, when you have this situation, active sniper is in Jammu town, and clearly snipers are highly trained. They need a specialized training who can target, from a long distance, and then are at a, position of concealment. So clearly in this case, it has been fired from a distance. Now, security force, as you can see, the individuals, they're searching the area, but it is much beyond this attack, because in the town, unless you track down the attacker sniper, it is going to be a dangerous situation, particularly when the elections are, we are in the middle of elections. Right. Election campaigning has started, and top leaders are visiting Jammu and Kashmir and carrying out the campaigning. So having an active sniper in the town is the most dangerous and the disturbing security situation. But security force in the past have managed to eliminate anybody who has been involved in such attacks. But the way things have been playing out in Jammu region over the last few years, it is becoming a very, very dangerous situation as far as militancy is concerned.
Another attack being reported out of Jammu, close on the heels of elections which are set to take place on the 18th of this month, followed by the 25th, and then on the 1st of October. Thank you so much, Nasir, for getting us those details. Switching tracks to Pune now, and former corporator Vanraj Andekar was killed in a firing. The former corporator of the Pune Municipal Corporation, who belonged to the Nationalist Congress Party, was shot dead in the Nana Peth area in Pune. The incident that took place at about 8:30 in the evening when a group of men attacked Andekar. The assailants fired about 5 bullets at him and also attacked him with sharp weapons, leaving him in a pool of blood. He was then rushed to the hospital where he died during treatment. So this is according to the police. 5 rounds were fired, and then he was also in fact attacked by sharp weapons. This is there was CCTV footage that has now been recovered from the area. He succumbed to his injuries. He was rushed to the hospital. This is the assailants who fired about 5 bullets at Andekar and also attacked him with sharp weapons, leaving him in a pool of blood. Andekar, who was attacked, do remember that he was the former corporator of the Pune Municipal Corporation. Vanraj Andekar, he belonged to the NCP. He was shot dead in the Nana Peth area of Pune at about 8:30 in the evening on a Sunday night. A group of men attacked Andekar. The assailants fired about 5 rounds of bullets at Andekar, and he was also attacked with a sharp weapon. And that is when he was rushed to the hospital in that condition, but he died during treatment. We will keep tracking that story and getting you more on that. For now, we're slipping in a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side with my colleague Gargi. To stay with us.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the top news. AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan has been placed under arrest. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines we're tracking. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate on money laundering charges following early morning raids at his residence in Delhi over allegations related to the Waqf Board. Another terror incident in Jammu. An army Jawan has been critically injured in firing by terrorists, and this took place at a military station. According to officials, the terrorists fired from outside the base. Controversy over the Netflix series on IC-814 hijacking. Sources say Netflix India content head has now been summoned by the government. This is over a social media storm over this allegation of names being changed of the hijackers, though the filmmakers say they stuck to the truth. Flood situation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. Over 27 people have died in both states, and now a flash flood risk warning for 19 districts. The Prime Minister speaks to both Chief Ministers and assures all help. Two days after the Election Commission announced postponement of polls in Haryana, BJP Congress have rushed into huddles. BJP has been conducted marathon meetings to seal the Haryana candidate list. The Congress's first meeting begins today. West Bengal Assembly special session begins today to pass a bill proposing the death penalty for rapists following the tragic rape and murder of a postgraduate trainee doctor. The bill seeks to ensure swift justice in such heinous cases, but the BJP says it's Mamata Banerjee's response to the outpouring of criticism. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate today on money laundering charges. This following raids at his residence in Delhi this morning. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate arrived at his home in Delhi in the early hours, around 6:30. Initially, they weren't allowed in, finally arresting him just a short while ago. Now, the arrest was in connection with the alleged irregularities in the appointments in the Delhi Waqf Board and the leasing of its properties. Top AAP leaders Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh earlier hit out at the BJP government at the centre, accusing it of targeting those who raised their voice against the ruling party. In fact, Amanatullah Khan himself has said that he rubbished these allegations, says he's been targeted and harassed for the last few years, and accused the agencies and the government of slapping false cases and creating problems against him. There you can see Amanatullah Khan being taken away. As we said, this was in connection with alleged irregularities in the appointment of the Delhi Waqf Board and the leasing of its properties. This follows dramatic scenes that took place early this morning as the Enforcement Directorate officials arrived at his residence to conduct the raid. Amanatullah Khan released a video statement on social media where he accused the ED of acting insensitively, stating the raids had upset his mother-in-law, a cancer patient, operated on last week. In fact, he showed a video as well of his mother-in-law resting on the bed, and he says that he informed the ED regarding this. He said that she has cancer and she's been operated on. He also rubbished the allegations by the Enforcement Directorate, saying that they had been harassing me for 2 years, slapping false cases and creating problems. They're harassing our party, the Aam Aadmi Party, and want to break our party. We will not get scared. However, the BJP is hit out at Khan and alleged that and made allegations of corruption. He is the fourth high-profile AAP leader to be arrested by the central agency since former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in February, then Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, as well as Amanatullah Khan, now arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia so far have received bail. Mr. Kejriwal continues in jail so far. Now, as we said, AAP leaders Sanjay Singh and Manish Sisodia slammed the ED for the arrest, pointing out that the agency has been repeatedly reprimanded by the Supreme Court. They should not conduct an investigation with malice. That has been a long-standing allegation of various opposition parties who claim that these central agencies like the CBI and Enforcement Directorate are being used against opposition leaders who then spend months, if not years, in jail before they can finally get bail, though the Supreme Court has made very strong statements recently on the granting of bail to those who are accused. So that is the big breaking story right now. AAP leader, AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, whose sleuths arrived at his residence early this morning. Officials arrived early this morning. There were dramatic scenes as well when he initially did not let them into his house, saying that the raids had upset his mother-in-law, who's a cancer patient and recovering from an operation last week. He even showed a video of his mother-in-law lying in bed. Now, he's posted on social media that the ED has come to arrest me on the pretext of a search, and my mother-in-law is a cancer patient. She was operated 4 days ago, and I informed the ED of this. He also rubbished the allegations against him, accusing the Enforcement Directorate of harassing him for 2 years, slapping false cases and creating problems. Well, joining us for more, we now can go across to Anushka. And Anushka, if you can tell us what is the latest? Amanatullah Khan finally has been arrested after the early morning raid.
Well, as I can tell you, right now only the ED arrested, Amanatullah Khan, and Amanatullah Khan had clearly stated in his Twitter earlier in the morning that the ED, on the pretext of investigation, had come to his house to arrest him, despite him being given, bail by the CBI, and the CBI earlier said that the agency had no proof against him, and hence he was clear of all the charges. The charges that were against him were of money laundering cases, illegal gratification, cases were also going on, that he was giving, posts to people, who were to his likes, and who were, the people whom he favored. So right now we can tell you that Arvind, after a lot of investigations going on for around 4 hours, the ED team has arrested Amanatullah Khan and have taken him to, have detained him and taken him to the ED office. Let me tell you, a lot of political heat is also going on in this whole matter right now. The Delhi BJP has been accusing the Aam Aadmi Party leader of being corrupt and being, a notorious person. And the BJP also said that, the Aam Aadmi Party leader was, in fact, a very corrupt leader. Despite of this whole allegations, Saurabh Bhardwaj did a PC and said that clearly the BJP, the Delhi BJP people are not seeing the clarity of this matter, because Amanatullah Khan, despite the allegations that were made against him, won in the elections. And then let me tell you that this whole case comes forward at a time when the Delhi elections and the Haryana elections are about to be held. And according to what has happened, the Aam Aadmi Party senior leaders Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh and Saurabh Bhardwaj has said that the center is,
Right, that has been a long-standing, allegation or defense of the Aam Aadmi Party, claiming that they're being targeted, their leaders are being targeted. Thanks so much, Anushka, for joining us. We're now joined on the phone line by BJP spokesperson RP Singh and Huda Zariwala, who supports the Aam Aadmi Party. RP Singh, your response to what Amanatullah Khan said as he was arrested. As soon as the ED officials arrived there, he said that he'd been harassed for 2 years now and said that they would eventually arrest him, which they have done now. RP Singh, if you can hear me. Well, let's go across to Huda Zariwala now for more. And Huda Zariwala, some serious allegations against Amanatullah Khan. He has been arrested now after 6 hours of questioning and raids by the Enforcement Directorate. All right, we'll come back to this story. The big breaking news, Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and Aam Aadmi Party hitting out, claiming that it's yet another leader to be targeted by the centre and the centrally controlled agencies. All right, let's now reconnect with Huda Zariwala, AAP supporter. Huda Zariwala, serious allegations against Amanatullah Khan, now finally arrested after 6 hours of raid by the Enforcement Directorate.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
It is an extremely unfortunate turn of events. Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Right. It is an extremely unfortunate turn of events because ED is behaving, clearly at the behest of the BJP. This is such a clear case, clear-cut case of personal vendetta. We know for a fact that the CBI had earlier, 2 years ago, questioned in Amanatullah ji on the pretext of the same questions. There was nothing that was proven against him. He was in fact arrested and then he was granted bail because the CBI was not able to prove the charges against him. But now the ED has jumped into the matter, 2 years later on, without absolute, any shred of proof against Amanatullah ji. The entire matter is falsely fabricated against the MLA. This is to break the the strength of the party. This is obviously to put a bad name against a party's sitting MLA who has been, elected by such a huge margin. The Delhi Assembly election is right round the corner. Since the ED is not able to prove anything against any of the leaders in the Liquorgate scam, they are clearly targeting other members, other MLAs of the Aam Aadmi Party. There is no proof to the case. There is no merit to the case. Amanatullah ji has been arrested at a time where literally his mother-in-law, who is a cancer patient, who's had undergone a surgery 4 days ago, who's in his place, he is battling with such a sensitive family issue.
All right, well, let's get a response from the BJP. Right, let's get a response from the BJP. RP saying your response to, Aam Aadmi Party claiming that their leaders are being targeted by central agencies.
See, Hindi mein kahawat hai, chor bajaye shor. If they have anything to say, they can go to court, move to the court and then get a bail. In earlier cases also, court gave them bail, but not gave them clean check from the cases, one. Secondly, we have all the sympathy with the mother-in-law of the Mr. Khan, but the procedure has to be on. That someone is not well or someone is not in trouble in your house, that doesn't mean that you can go scot-free from the corruption which you have done. And then everyone has sympathy for his mother-in-law, that she's not well or she's not doing well, she's suffering from some ailment. But that should not hamper the process of law.
All right, and what of, the AAP claims that their leader is being targeted, the fact that earlier too, this investigation has been continuing, he was sent to jail earlier as well?
Well, it is an ongoing investigation which is happening. ACB has conducted raids and ACB found some diary at his home, and that diary has to be investigated, that what money transferred and what money didn't transfer, what was the route of the money, how did the money got transferred. So there's all that in the diary of Mr. Khan, which was when ACB raided, they got that diary. And as further to that, now Mr. Khan need to answer those questions that about the diary which was there found at his residence during the last raid of the ACB.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you both for joining us on this developing story. AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan there arrested by the Enforcement Directorate after early morning raids took place at his residence. Moving on to some breaking news now coming in from the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has addressed the issue of this bulldozer justice that has been seen in many states and asked how can a house be demolished in such a way. The Supreme Court came down heavily on the bulldozer justice, questioning how a house can be demolished just because it belongs to an accused in a criminal case. Appearing for the petitioner, senior advocate Dushyant Dave sought direction from the court to ensure that bulldozer justice is not meted out across the country. Well, let's go across to NDTV, Sunil Prabhu for more on this. And Sunil, this is something, we've been reporting on for several years now, in fact, and now the Supreme Court are questioning this bulldozer justice that we've seen taking place in many parts of the country.
That's right, Gargi. In fact, a lot of conversation today and to and fro between Dushyant Dave as well as the Solicitor General. But I think the Supreme Court, the bench headed by Justice Gawai and Justice Vishwanath, making it clear that, they would like to ensure guidelines pan-India are done with respect to what is happening in Uttar Pradesh so that, this does not become a norm. And it's in that context that they've had that they will issue guidelines and look for submissions. They've asked, and if required, they'll put an amicus. They've asked Mr. Nachikat Joshi to, correlate all the suggestions that have come, and this can be, go forward. Mr. Mehta himself saying we will resolve it. No third-party intervention is required. But I think they are very clear that, as Justice Gawai pointed out in his order, that, a grievance that has been done needs to be addressed of this kind, because it's just not going to carry on and go forward. So we will definitely, as you rightly pointed out, how can anybody's property be demolished like this, be it a convict or even an accused? And it's in that context they will, try and give suggestions across the country so as to ensure that this bulldozer justice is looked at, because as they pointed out, even if a convict is convicted, you just can't bulldoze his house. There has to be a certain norms and procedure, and this bulldozer justice has not gone down well with the Supreme Court.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with those details. So big observation there, big direction by the Supreme Court on bulldozer justice. Let's now go across to where the BJP is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
Justice of investigating her complaint. And if it was any other organization today, I would argue respectfully with you that you would all not leave that organization alone. If any organization where a woman came and complained of sexual harassment, did not investigate that complaint and simply terminated that lady, you would not leave that organization alone. देखिए, मैं आप ये इशू पहले भी मुझसे इस व्यक्ति के बारे में नहीं लेकिन पूछा गया है, और मैं साफ तौर पे ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आज इस देश में कानून से कोई नहीं बच सकता. The law of the land will catch up with whoever you are, however big or small you are, if you have committed a crime. That is New India. That is the India today that we live in. नहीं, देखिए, इसमें मैं ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करूंगा क्योंकि मैंने आज पढ़ा है कि इंफॉर्मेशन एंड ब्रॉडकास्टिंग मिनिस्ट्री ने उनको समन किया है. लेकिन हम सब जानते हैं कि हाईजैकर्स ISI के पाकिस्तानी थे, इसमें दो कोई किसी में शक नहीं होना चाहिए. That is the truth. उन्होंने क्यों किया, क्या किया, वो INB मिनिस्ट्री जांच करेंगे और वो रिपोर्ट देंगे. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. थैंक यू जी.
Live or something? हाँ.
चोई क्यों? അത് അവരോടല്ല ചോദിക്കേണ്ടത്, എന്നോട് ചോദിച്ചിട്ട് എന്ത് കാര്യം? അല്ല, ഇത് എനിക്ക് അങ്ങനെ അതിന്റെ ബാക്ക്ഗ്രൗണ്ടോ അവർ എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നു, ഞാൻ ഇപ്പൊ CPM എന്ത് ചെയ്യുന്നു അതിനെപ്പറ്റി കമന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയ അത് വേണ്ട. അവരുടെ ഇന്റേണൽ പാർട്ടി പോളിറ്റിക്സ് ആണ്. ഇന്നലെ നമ്മൾ അൻവറിന്റെയും സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് കണ്ടു. അക്കോർഡിംഗ് ടു മീ CPMല് അവരുടെ ഈ കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ, പോളിറ്റിക്സ് ഓഫ് കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ സസ്റ്റൈനബിൾ അല്ല. ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് അവർ നെപ്പോട്ടിസം, ചീഫ് മിനിസ്റ്ററിന്റെ ഫാമിലി ഈസ് ഇൻവോൾവ് ഇൻ ബിസിനസ്സസ്, മറ്റേ സ്ഥലത്ത് അവരൊരു മാർക്സിസ്റ്റ് ആണ്, സോഷ്യലിസ്റ്റ് ആണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് നടക്കുന്ന ഒരു പാർട്ടി. അപ്പോൾ ആ കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ CPMല് മുമ്പോട്ട് പോകാൻ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്, ആസ് എ പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ ഒബ്സർവർ, ഞാൻ അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വലിയ എക്സ്പെർട്ട് ഒന്നുമല്ല, അതൊരു ബണ്ടൽ ഓഫ് കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻസ് അല്ലേ. അത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് അവർ സർവൈവ് ചെയ്യായി ഈ കോൺട്രഡിക്ഷൻ? അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇതെല്ലാം കാണുന്നത് നമ്മൾ. എന്തോ അല്ല, അതില് എനിക്കും പറയാനൊന്നുമില്ല. അത് അവരല്ല തീരുമാനിക്കേണ്ടത്. അതിൽ ആരോപണത്തിന് സത്യമുണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ അവർ ഇൻവെസ്റ്റിഗേറ്റ് ചെയ്യട്ടെ. അവര് CPMന്റെ തന്നെ ഒരു MLA പുറത്തു വന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെല്ലാം പറയും.
All right, there you have BJP leader Rajiv Chandrasekhar there slamming the Congress party for expelling a Congress leader in Kerala who had spoken out on women being harassed within the Congress party in the state, and questioning this, and this comes amid the entire MeToo storm that's taking place in the Kerala film industry. And you had a Congress leader, Simi Rosebell John, who then spoke out about women needing sponsorship from senior leaders from within the party to rise in the ranks, and she was soon expelled from the Kerala Congress. So Rajiv Chandrasekhar hitting out over this development. All right, moving on to news of the RSS now, and the RSS's 3-day conclave that was taking place in Kerala has concluded with some key remarks on the issue of caste census, which is something that the opposition has been raising. Remember, the RSS said that as RSS, we have already commented, it's a sensitive issue of caste and caste relation should be dealt with very seriously, not just for election caste where special attention is needed. Their government needs numbers. There's no problem, but it should be welfare practice, should not be used as a political tool. We draw the line there. Let's go across to Ishika now for more. In Ishika, the demand for caste census is a huge issue being raised by the opposition, and now the RSS commenting on this at the end of the 3-day conclave.
Oh, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, we have seen how the opposition parties like the Congress and the other parties have in fact, raised their demands for the caste census. And now, in fact, the RSS has, in fact, commented on this after their 3-day summit here in Kerala. They've said that this issue was discussed in this 3-day summit. And what the RSS believes is that, it is a sensitive issue and, it is a sensitive matter when it comes to caste and caste relations, and it should be dealt very seriously. Now, what the RSS also says that it should not be used for election purpose. RSS says that caste, caste which needs special attention, at that time the government certainly needs number. So the caste census, comes into play, and that is okay, but it should not be used as a political tool there. So RSS say that they draw the line there. So certainly a very important comment that now the RSS is coming from the RSS on the caste census. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with those details. And from Kerala now to Jammu and Kashmir, and one army jawan has been injured after terrorists fired from a standoff distance near the largest army base in Jammu today morning. According to the defense spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Sunil Barthwal, the fire was launched from a distance between 10 to 10:30 a.m. Let's go across to Nazir Masoodi for more. We will get you more details on this, but remember there has been an increase of incidents of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir that has been a huge cause of concern, and now this latest incident in which an army base has been targeted, leading to one jawan being injured there. So one army jawan was injured after the base was targeted from a distance. So the terrorists from a distance targeted this largest army base in Jammu, leading to one army jawan being injured, and this took place between 10 and 10:30 a.m. So as we said, this has been a huge concern in Jammu with the increased incidents of attacks and the military really coming under attack, and this time it is a military base that has been targeted in Jammu, with terrorists firing at the army base, and search operations are currently underway in this area. One army jawan has been injured after the base was targeted in Jammu by the terrorists who opened fire from a distance. There was an exchange of fire as well in Jammu, and which led to the army jawan being injured. This was the Sunjwan military station. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. Nazir, give us more details of what took place this morning.
Well, this is a sniper attack. Sniper rifle has been used, which is not just an incident by one soldier as reportedly killed, but also very, very dangerous thing. Something happened in the middle of Jammu city. That too during elections, when the top leaders of the country will be campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir, and you have a sniping incident in Jammu. There was at least 3 to 4 rounds were fired. One jawan was hit in the Sujwan camp. In early 2018, there was an attack on this camp. So in which 5 soldiers that time who were in their residential quarters were killed. So this is first such incident in Jammu at a large scale where we see sniper rifle is being used. So the snipers are normally, highly trained. Every militant cannot be a sniper. So that's why it is a very dangerous thing. A massive coordinated search operation has been launched in the area. So also the kind of, a sniper can target from a long distance and need to have that vintage position. So this whole area has been cordoned off. We have not got any formal statement from the army so far, but according to sources, the injured jawan has died in action. So this is where this operation is going on right now. But so far, there is no information if security forces are anyway closer to tracking down the attacker.
Nazir, very concerning and serious situation, as you said, that a sniper, targeting this largest base there in Jammu, and this coming at a time when, high security, given that elections are going to take place soon.
Exactly, and this is the time when, security forces are actually mainly involved in providing safe atmosphere for the election. And the Election Commission has made it clear, look, no external or the internal force can derail the election process. But when we see the sniper, attack, on army, one soldier being reportedly killed is a very, very serious, which goes beyond this incident. Because an active sniper in Jammu city is a nightmare for the security agencies unless he is neutralized or tracked down by the security forces. Jammu, as we know, has been high on terror radar for over the last few years, the region which was free from militancy. But as around 8 districts of Jammu region were involved in this, there have been multiple incidents and attacks and encounters. But now these highly trained militants getting into Jammu city is not just a new dimension, but also using snipers, which you can target from a long distance. So that is really a concern for the security agency. So right now this operation is underway. We have to see what will come out. Will they be able to track down the attacker?
All right. Thanks so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. Well, talking about elections, the BJP and Congress are likely to release the list of candidates for the second and third phase of the Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections today. Remember, BJP has been facing trouble over ticket distribution in Jammu, and its third list is expected to address some of those concerns that have been raised, and campaigning has picked up across Jammu and Kashmir as candidates are filing their nominations. Top leadership of BJP and Congress will also be addressing rallies across the region. Rahul Gandhi expected to start his campaign from Wednesday. Both parties readying for elections in Haryana as well, where politics is picking up. Now, 2 days after the Election Commission announced the postponement of polls, the BJP and Congress are in a huddle now to decide on their candidates. The BJP has been conducting marathon meetings to seal the Haryana candidate list, and the Congress is also holding its first meeting over the selection of candidates. The name of around 90 candidates for both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir Assembly polls are expected to be decided by the Congress today. Well, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And Aishwarya, the meetings are underway. Give us the latest. The Congress holding its first meeting to decide on candidates.
Well, certainly, it's a series of meetings that are underway in the national capital as far as both the camps are concerned, be it the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Congress member. Till yesterday late night, the meeting went on at the residence of Dharmendra Pradhan, who is the in charge of Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana. And till midnight, it was discussed about how the names for the candidates as far as Haryana polls are going to be, how the equation of caste is kept in mind, and this comes on a backdrop when there was a BJP core group meeting that was held at JP Nadda's residence, where Home Minister Amit Shah to Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, former Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, and other leaders arrived later. We have seen BJP CEC also been discussing the candidates, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi was also in attendance. So Bharatiya Janata Party is also yet to release the list of candidates for the Haryana Assembly polls by today evening or probably by tomorrow morning. On the other side, the Congress today had also also discussing on the candidates list as far as the CEC is concerned. That is underway at the AICC headquarters. Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge all have arrived at the AICC headquarters. Currently, the meeting is underway as far as Jammu and Kashmir polls are concerned. Remember, Congress has a alliance with the National Conference in Jammu and Kashmir, and they have already had come out with a list of 9 candidates in Jammu and Kashmir. With 32 seats, the Congress is contesting, plus 6, the friendly battle between the NC and the Congress. 29 seats is something that Congress will come out with as far as Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Later at 4 p.m., the Congress CEC will convene as far as Haryana Assembly is concerned. All the 90 seats will be discussed in that as well. And certainly it is winnability, which is the criteria for the Congress party in Haryana. They wanted to retain the momentum that they had got in the Lok Sabha polls in Haryana, where they have bagged almost 5 seats. Certainly, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, and the top leaders will be participating in the election campaign. That will start from Wednesday, is what the sources clearly indicating to us. So, Congress on their side will release the list by tomorrow morning, and Bharatiya Janata Party expected to release its list for the Haryana polls this evening.
All right. Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. So, a series of meetings as it's election mode for both Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir. News now from Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, where at least 27 people have been killed after heavy rain battered Telangana and Andhra for a second consecutive day on Sunday. It's been raining for several days. Today, though, there is some relief with less rain, and this incessant rain till yesterday caused flooding and waterlogging in several areas, disrupting road and rail traffic. More than 100 trains were cancelled, several others diverted, and now even though the rain is less, the fear is of flash flood floods taking place. So there's a flash flood risk warning for 19 districts in case any of the reservoirs overflow. A red alert in 9 districts and an orange alert in 12 other districts so far. So Telangana and Andhra Pradesh dealing with the incessant rain. Prime Minister Modi spoke to both the chief ministers of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and offered them any help from the centre, and rescue and relief work is underway.
It has been now 3 to 4 days of incessant rains, and both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana would be hoping that the worst is over or is behind them. As of now, still in Telangana, as many as 19 districts, the flash flood risk alert has been given. In as many as 9 districts, there is still a red alert, and in 12 districts, there is an orange alert. In Andhra Pradesh as well, the fear is that the water bodies are all running full, and with more rains happening upstream as well, the water would start coming more into these water bodies, and there could be breaches that can happen. It is being said that in multiple areas there could be a breach of the water bodies, and that's what they are warned against, because the authorities are now coming in with the NDRF and the SDRF put on high alert. In Khammam especially, there was reason to rescue, but with these kind of weather conditions, rescue was not possible, and that did create a lot of anger among the people there. Minister Ponguletti Srinivas almost broke down in a press conference as he spoke about a couple, Yakub and his wife, who he had been in touch with since the morning yesterday, and by evening they were asking for help, and he was trying to deploy a chopper there, but a drone was able to drop some life jackets, but only the boy could be saved, and the couple, both his parents in fact died in these floods. The boy in fact swam to safety with the life jacket that he was provided by the drone. Another very tragic case of a father and a daughter, Nunavat Motilal and his daughter Ashwini. The daughter in fact a scientist from the ICAR who were going to the Hyderabad airport, but their car in fact got washed away, because of which the scientist and her father both were their bodies were found later, 26-year-old Ashwini and her father. Schools, colleges have been closed, IT and ITES services have been asked to work from home, and the rail network from Hyderabad to Vijayawada quite badly affected in fact, and as many as 100 trains were cancelled, many of them diverted as well, those coming from the northern region, many of them taking alternate routes, and therefore there are going to be enormous delays. The National Highway 65 as well was breached at multiple areas, and people have been advised not to come out to the National Highway, in fact not to come out at all of their homes if they are in a safe place, and if they are in low-lying areas or in structures that are not stable, they have been asked to move to other areas. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh in fact spent the night at the collectorate, and will continue to be there to monitor the waters in both the Krishna and the Godavari and the rivers that are flowing in that region, because there could be a danger of floods happening because of breaching of those water bodies. Vijayawada has presented quite distressing kind of visuals with entire areas, roads disappearing and entire areas coming underwater. So that is going to take some time, and the worry will also be about the waterborne diseases that are to come, and therefore safe water is sought to be provided by the authorities. In Telangana, we are talking about multiple districts including Kodad, Nalgonda, Mehbubabad, Khammam district, where the concern continues to be there. In Hyderabad, to its credit, most areas the water had drained out, and therefore there is no flooding in any of the urban areas in Hyderabad itself.
In other news now, Netflix India's head has been summoned over the web series IC814. The content head of Netflix India summoned by the government amid this massive controversy that has broken out on social media surrounding the series IC814. It's a web series on the 1999 hijacking of the Indian Airlines flight by Pakistan-based terrorists. And the summons from the Union Information and Broadcasting Ministry comes after hundreds of social media users have accused the makers of the web series for changing the names of the hijackers to Bhola and Shankar. The names of the terrorists are Bhola and Shankar. In the series, the web series is directed by Anubhav Sinha and inspired by the book Flight into Fear, the captain's story. Well, let's go across to Akhilesh for more on this. Akhilesh, so what do we know so far? And many have also pointed out on social media that the union government's own website says that the terrorists did use Hindu nicknames during the hijacking.
Well, those were code names which were used by the hijackers' own boats just to conceal their identity so that they are not identified, their motive is not identified. But once the conspiracy was exposed, once their names were released officially by the Home Ministry, now the social media users are asking why the web series makers have not identified them with their real names, which were like the names which have been given by the Union Home Ministry in a statement dated January 2000. The names were Ibrahim Akhtar, Athar, Shahid Akhtar, Sayyid, Sani Ahmed Qazi, Mr. Zahur Ibrahim, and Shakir. It is true that they were using code names like Chief, Doctor, Burger, Bhola, and Shankar just to conceal their identity. But the OTT makers, why did not reveal their real names? This is the question which is being asked by many social media users. In fact, BJP leader Amit Malviya has also mentioned it. He said that this is like a whitewashing of all the names which have been clearly established and exposed by the security agencies. Those they were Pakistanis and they actually conspired to hijack this IC-814. So now the INB Ministry has taken note of this controversy and has summoned the content head of the Netflix to explain the position of the Netflix platform as to why there's no disclaimer saying very clearly that these were the names which are used as the code names by the hijackers to conceal their identity, and the real names were whatever they should have been mentioned in the disclaimer.
All right, so the centre summoning the Netflix India head and possibly going to ask them to put some sort of disclaimer and taking note of this outrage that has been happening over social media.
That's correct. In fact, there's a lot of complaint. The social media users are asking why the government is not acting on it, because it's a well-established fact that they were not Bhola or Shankar, they were not Hindus. In fact, all of them were Muslims and they belong to Pakistan. And this was a conspiracy to get terrorists, the dreaded terrorists which were lost in different Indian prisons to release. And that was a demand which was met by the then government headed by Ajit Pawar. And that is why the social media users are asking why the real names were not disclosed or not mentioned in the web series. Is it to hide their real identity? Is it an agenda? The BJP leader Amit Malviya has asked its left agenda to whitewash the crimes of Pakistani terrorists. This is what Amit Malviya said in his social media post.
All right, Akhilesh, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So the head of Netflix India summoned by the INB ministry over this controversy on social media over the series IC-814, where during the series, the terrorists are heard addressing one another as Bhola and Shankar, and this has led to outrage, even though those were the code names used during the hijacking. However, concerns over a whitewashing of the incident and the fact that they were all terrorists from Pakistan. All right, with that, we'll slip into a short break. More news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. Now, the latest developments in the Mollywood MeToo case, the entire controversy where several senior actors and those involved in the film industry have been accused of sexual harassment. This after the Justice Hema Committee report was made public. Now, actor Siddique, who is also one of those who has been accused of harassment, has now approached the Kerala High Court seeking anticipatory bail. This is after one of the actors who spoke to the SIT. Remember, the state government has appointed an SIT to investigate all these allegations that have come to the fore, and many serious allegations of even rape were made against actor Siddique, and he has now approached the Kerala High Court. Let's go across to Ishika now for more, who's been tracking all these developments. Ishika, give us the latest.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, now the actor Siddique has in fact approached the Kerala High Court. He is now seeking anticipatory bail in the matter where, in fact, a rape case was filed against him. Remember, the complainant in the case had already, in fact, recorded her statements before the magistrate. She had, in fact, earlier alleged that she was allegedly raped by actor Siddique, after which she had filed this complaint. Now, after her, statements were recorded, we also saw as to how, the police formed a special investigation team in Trivandrum to only, in fact, look into this particular complaint. And also, the district crime branch was heading this particular special investigation team. Now, after that, police also gathered the information that on this particular day, on the alleged day when this entire incident happened, actor Siddique was actually present in that hotel. So after now, certainly we saw as to how the trouble, continued to mount for him. And now after that, he has approached the Kerala High Court. He is seeking an anticipatory bail plea over, over this rape complaint that has been filed against him. Over to you.
All right, so actor Siddique there seeking this anticipatory bail. And Ishika, otherwise, where do matters currently stand with the SIT investigation? Several actors coming forward and giving, their versions or their allegations to the SIT, as well as, the politics of it all. You have the left leader there, Mukesh, also under pressure, and he too has approached the court on this.
Well, Gargi, if we talk about the investigation so far, the police say that the first phase of the investigation has been completed. They have in fact collected ample of evidences and recorded ample of statements in all of these cases, and now in fact they are going to submit a preliminary report, in fact inquiry report to the court, and then after that they will be recording even more statements and even more evidences in all of these cases. Now as you rightly mentioned, if we talk about the political pressure that is amping up here, because remember, the MLA Mukesh is also one of those against whom the FIR has been. But the party in its, the state committee meeting decided not to take his resignation. After that, we saw that the agitations from the opposition parties here in Kerala, be it the Congress or be it the BJP, intensified, because, the parties now demand that his resignation should be taken by the government, and also question the chief minister's silence over this entire matter. So now, we are certainly seeing that the pressure continues to build up, for the left government, over not taking any action on, MLA Mukesh, even after senior voices from their own party, like Brinda Karat, was indirectly demanding his resignation. Over to you.
All right. Thanks so much, Ishika, for joining us with all those latest developments. In other news now, the release of Kangana Ranaut's new film Emergency has been postponed amid a huge controversy over the portrayal of the Sikh community in it. The release of the trailer had caused a furor in Punjab, and the film is yet to get the green signal from the certification board. In fact, the film's release was due on September 6th, and it has been pushed back with no word on when that will be. Sources say the film board has asked for further cuts in the film and would take into account the sentiment of every community. Now, Kangana Ranaut has hit out over this. In fact, she quoted the entire controversy that has taken place on IC 814 and also talked about how her film is being held back. Earlier, we spoke to Abira for more.
On Sunday, we got to know that the film will not releasing as scheduled on 6th of September. But what the latest is that Kangana has responded to a tweet just 10 minutes back, where she replied to a tweet which talked about the hijack of IC 814 series and how the names have been changed. She replied to it and said, the law of the land is that one can show unimaginable amount of violence and nudity on OTT platforms without any consequence or censorship. One can even distort real life events, we know who she's talking about, to suit her politically motivated sinister motives. That there is all the freedom for communists or leftists across the world for such anti-national expressions, but as a nationalist, no OTT platform allows us to make films that resolves around the integrity and unity of Bharat. It seems censorship is only for some of us who don't want tuked of national and make films of historic facts. It's hugely demotivating and unjust. So this is the first time we heard from Kangana since the news of her film not releasing as scheduled on 6th of September. We'll be waiting for the new dates. The dates have not been released yet, the new release date. And what are the other, CBFC has to still issue a certificate, so the wait is still on.
All right, moving on to other news now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be visiting Brunei for an official visit. This is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei, who is a crucial partner for India's Act East policy. And this comes right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to Singapore, another emerging partner for India in Southeast Asia. So the Prime Minister will be leaving will visit Brunei for this official visit, first by an Indian Prime Minister. In other news, a legal battle between the Karnataka Chief Minister and Governor continues. A hearing over sanction for prosecution in the Muda scam will resume today afternoon. It's the Karnataka High Court which will decide the validity of the Governor's green light for prosecution of the Chief Minister. Earlier, we spoke to Pratibha for more.
Well, as far as the court case is concerned, it was a pretty heavy session that was witnessed on Saturday with respect to the arguments that were presented by both the counsel for the Chief Minister as well as the counsel for the Governor there. Both of them arguing for and against in terms of the permission for prosecution. The Chief Minister's counsel claiming that there was no application of mind, also claiming that the Cabinet's advice wasn't really taken and that the Governor acted according to his own discretion. In the meantime, the counsel representing or the Solicitor General representing the Governor did mention that there was application of mind. Here is a case that involves the Chief Minister and there was absolutely no necessity to take the Cabinet's advice, but the Governor has all the powers to act as part of his independent decision there. We'll have to wait to see whether the arguments would continue today and what kind of course the legal action would take in terms of deciding or sealing the political fate of the Chief Minister, Mr. Siddaramaiah there. In the meantime, on ground there has been protests as well as counter-protests that were witnessed. The BJP claiming that there has been allegations pointing fingers at the Chief Minister, and the Congress leaders, all of them standing by the side of the Chief Minister, claiming that there is absolutely no document, no wrongdoing that can nail the Chief Minister here, and have also gone on to conduct a protest march of sorts from the Vidhan Sauda to the Raj Bhavan, reminding the Governor that there are pending cases there. We'll have to wait to see how this would also take shape as far as the Governor's green light with respect to the permission for prosecution is concerned. Back to you.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the top news stories. AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan has been arrested by the ED. Also, the Supreme Court has come down heavily on Bulldozer Justice. More on that coming up. Let's take a look at the headlines. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate today, 6 hours after they conducted a raid on his residence and questioning. This is following money laundering charges against him and allegations related to the Waqf board. Meanwhile, relief for AAP leader Vijay Nair as the Supreme Court has granted bail to the AAP ex-media in charge. The Supreme Court has spoken out on the bulldozer justice being meted out in many parts of the country, raising questions on the demolition of homes before the guilt is even proven. Why demolish even if a person is accused or a convict? No demolition without following the law. The Supreme Court will take up the matter tomorrow. A soldier injured in Jammu when terrorists fired from outside the Sunjwan army base this morning, triggering a search operation in the high security area after this sniper attack. This comes ahead of elections in the Union Territory. A controversy over Netflix series IC-814 hijacking. Sources say Netflix India content head has now been summoned by the government, and this is after social media controversy broke out over what many users alleged was a name change of the hijackers. The hijackers used code names like Bhola and Shankar during the hijacking. rain havoc in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. 27 people have died today. Flash flood risk warning for 19 districts as the Prime Minister offers all help to Chief Ministers of Andhra and Telangana. And West Bengal Assembly special session today to pass a bill proposing death penalty for rapists following the tragic rape and murder of a junior doctor. The bill seeks to ensure swift justice in such heinous cases. Our top story now in the Supreme Court's comments on Bulldozer Justice. The Supreme Court today came down heavily on Bulldozer Justice, questioning how a house can be demolished just because it belongs to an accused in a criminal case. Appearing for the petitioner, senior advocate Dushyant Dave sought a direction from the court to ensure that Bulldozer Justice is not meted out across the country. Addressing the bench of Justice B.R. Gavai and Justice K.V. Vishwanathan, Solicitor General of India Tushar Mehta submitted that no immovable property cannot be demolished just because the accused is involved in a criminal offence. Such demolition can only happen if the structure is illegal, is what Mr. Mehta said. Justice Gavai stated that even if there is an illegal construction, demolition cannot occur without following the law. The Supreme Court stated after hearing all parties, we will issue guidelines. The guidelines will be applicable across the country and the case will be now heard on September 17th.
Supreme Court has taken a strong view with regard to the pan-India, what is happening after filing of the FIR and the next day they are demolishing the house. So Supreme Court has asked for a guidelines, complete guidelines they are going to frame on the next date of hearing. Without following the due process, without hearing and giving notice, etc., no action can be taken even if the construction is illegal. So they have to follow the law and they are going to frame a guidelines. They have asked for suggestion, both the parties, to give the suggestion what can be the guidelines can be given to pan-India, not limited to certain state. So they are going to frame that guideline on 17th of this month.
All right, let's go across to Sunil for more. And Sunil, so this had been an extremely controversial issue, many questioning this, bulldozer justice that we've seen in different parts of the country. Now the Supreme Court will be framing guidelines on this.
That's right, Gargi. As you rightly pointed out, the bulldozer justice is something that has come down very heavily by the Supreme Court because even if, as the Justice Gavai pointed out, even if there is a convict, it doesn't mean that his property can be demolished the next day. There has to be a proper set of procedures that have to be followed. And what has been happening across the country, UP is of course one example. It's also happened in Rajasthan. He says now that we will collate all the information, asked a person to, Mr. Joshi to, collate this information, and then they will definitely issue pan-India guidelines to ensure that this kind of bulldozer justice that has started must follow certain norms, certain practices, certain procedures, and not immediately try to dispense with justice on an immediate basis just because somebody has been, accused in a crime or any kind of atrocity, as has been the case in the recent past.
Right, Sunil. So an important, directions there, observations by the Supreme Court, and soon guidelines will be framed for the entire country. But stay with us for the next story as well. And some relief to the AAP media, former media in charge, Vijay Nair, who has been granted bail by the Supreme Court today. He was arrested, remember, in the Delhi liquor policy case, and after 23 months, he's been granted bail. Let's go back to Sunil for more on that. Sunil, give us the details.
Well, as you rightly pointed out, after 23 months, that's what Justice Irikesh Roy's bench pointed out. This is, mind you, not the same bench as Justice Gavai as well as Justice Vishwanath, where they said, bail is the rule, jail is the exception. But the fact that in this case of Mr. Vijay Nair, who's the AAP's social media in charge and media policy key person, he has now been granted bail because he's just been in jail for 23 months. As you're well aware, the case is going to take a long time to really start the trial because there's voluminous reports and documents that have to be gone through, as well as the number of witnesses. So that's not going to happen in the immediate future. And it's in that backdrop that the Supreme Court has granted him bail.
All right, Sunil, thanks so much for joining us with all those developments there in the Supreme Court. Well, in other news, and while that has been a relief for the former media head of the Aam Aadmi Party, however, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate today on money laundering charges. This following raids at his residence in Delhi, which began early this morning at around 7 a.m. The arrest was in connection with alleged irregularities in the appointment of Delhi Waqf Board and leasing of its properties. However, Amanatullah Khan earlier in the morning did say that the ED had come to arrest him, and he claimed that he had been victimized and targeted by the central government, and that, you know, it's something that they want to break the Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, top AAP leaders who themselves have been arrested earlier, Manish Sisodiya and Sanjay Singh, hit out at the BJP government, accusing it of targeting those who raise their voices against the ruling party. Well, let's go across to Shreya now for more. And Shreya, so Amanatullah Khan brought there to the ED office. Tell us what's happening now, what will happen next?
Right, so after 6 hours of raid and a search warrant going on in Amanatullah's house in Okla, he has been arrested under the PMLA, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act section here, which had also under the same act almost 8 Aam Aadmi Party leaders had been accused with the same money laundering case. But right now the case revolves around 2 FIRs that was filed. One by the CBI regarding the illegal appointments that was made in the Waqf Board as his tenure as a chairperson in the Waqf Board from 2018 to 2022, and the second FIR made by the anti-corruption branch, Delhi's anti-corruption branch, in 2022 regarding the disproportionate assets that he had during his tenure as the chairperson of Waqf Board. Right now, I'm in front of the Enforcement Directorate office, and Amanatullah has been brought here for certain formalities. Later, he is expected to be produced at the Rouse Avenue Court either today afternoon or tomorrow. Right now, he is here at the Enforcement Directorate office. He has been arrested by the ED officials today after the search warrant took place for almost 6 hours in the morning. Meanwhile, we know that several senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders have hit out at the BJP at the centre, stating that their main intention is to break the Aam Aadmi Party ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections, and the fact that these are just fabricated cases that Amanatullah is being trapped into, and nothing has been found, nothing concrete evidence has been found against him during the search warrant at his home today. And we know that this case has been going on since 2022, since 2016 actually, and in 2022, in the month of September, this month itself, 2 years back, he was arrested because of this money laundering case. And today itself, we saw the leader of opposition, Vijay Nair, giving several details of how Amanatullah has been unjustly leasing out of Waqf Board properties, like for example the MCD school in Fatehpuri, where he claims, the BJP leader, he claims that Amanatullah collected almost 19 crores as teacher fees, and he has been using it for his own personal benefits, and he has made several appointments and admissions in that particular school based on favoritism. These allegations were made by the opposition leader, and he has also called him as this notorious anti-social element, and he has been known for his corrupted practices. But we know that this entire incident has conjured up a heated political drama right ahead of the Delhi Assembly elections. And today Amanatullah will be produced before the Rouse Avenue Court today or by tomorrow. Right now he is at the Enforcement Directorate office.
All right, thanks so much for joining us there with all the latest developments. So AAP MLA Amanatullah Khan, they're arrested by the ED. Well, moving on to news now from Kerala and the controversy and the massive sensational controversy over the MeToo allegations that have emerged there. Now, Malayalam actor Siddique has moved the High Court seeking anticipatory bail in the rape case that has been made against him after an actor complained against him and made that complaint to the police. The police in Thiruvananthapuram slapped a non-bailable charge against him under IPC sections of rape and criminal intimidation against the actor after receiving a complaint from the female actress. Let's go. And remember, there have been several allegations that have been made in the Kerala film industry ever since the Justice Hema Committee report was made public, in which really detailed how many of the women in the Kerala film industry were facing harassment and that there was this clique within the industry that really was controlling the women actors and ensuring that those who spoke out were actually would not get roles, and how there was sexual harassment that was taking place. And after this report was finally made public is when that many actors have finally come out with their allegations against various senior actors and those filmmakers as well in the Kerala film industry. This has shaken the Mollywood industry. For the moment, it's still dealing with all these issues. Let's go across to Ishika now for more. And Ishika, actor Siddique was one of the first against whom we heard major, serious complaints being made and allegations of rape, and now he has sought anticipatory bail.
Well, yes, Gargi, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, he was one of the first ones against whom, serious and grave charges of rape, in fact, were leveled, and after which, in fact, he had to resign from the post of secretary of Amma. And after that, now, in fact, we are seeing that now he has approached the Kerala High Court. In fact, he has, he's seeking anticipatory bail in this case where, in fact, rape complaint has been filed against him. Remember that after the complainant in this case had recorded her statement before the magistrate, after that a special investigative team was in fact was formed in Trivandrum to look into this particular complaint. And after that, they also in fact found the evidences where, actor Siddique was present at that hotel where on the day when this incident allegedly took place. So after all of that, we were seeing that the trouble continued to mount for him, and now he has approached the Kerala High Court. He is in fact seeking anticipatory bail in this particular matter, but certainly we'll have to wait and watch as to when the court is going to hear this matter and what will be the arguments that will come up, because remember, the Kerala police is going to oppose this particular bail plea of actor Siddique. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, do stay with us for the next story as well. And the BJP has hit out at the Congress party for expelling a Kerala leader. Now, in the midst of this MeToo storm that Mollywood is seeing, a Congress leader also made certain claims, and the BJP slamming the Congress over expelling this leader who spoke about casting couch and hypocrisy of Congress exposed, is what the BJP said. This is after former Congress party and PSC member Simi Rosebell John, who was expelled on Sunday following her "women leaders need sponsorship from party leaders to rise in the ranks" remark.
The Congress party, when a leader of the Congress party, a woman leader of the Congress party alleges harassment, alleges exploitation, they do not investigate it. They silence her and remove her from the party. When this lady, Simi Rosebell, raises an issue, the same two leaders who otherwise wax eloquent about ladki hoon, lad sakti hoon, they maintain a silence. Not only do they maintain a silence, they dismiss her without even going into the basic justice of investigating her complaint.
Well, let's go back to Ishika for more. And Ishika, this too has been, a controversy after this former Congress leader spoke out, and she, made these allegations about needing, senior Congress women leaders, needing senior Congress leaders to support them, etc. Alluding to some sort of exploitation of women, and the BJP now hitting out, saying this is hypocrisy of the party.
Well, yes, Gargi, now in fact we are seeing that the MeToo wave is no more confined to the film industry. We saw in fact how, former Congress leader Simi Rosebell John in fact had made this remark, in fact, made this allegation that there is something very similar to casting couch within the Congress party. In fact, she had alleged that, only those who are close to the leadership, only they get opportunities. She in fact also had named, the Kerala Congress top leaders like LOP, V.D. Sashitan as well. And today, in fact, the BJP has hit out at the Congress for in fact expelling her from the party after her remark. Now, what in fact senior leader of the BJP, Rajiv Chandrasekhar, has in fact said is that when such a remark has been made, the Congress party did not investigate these allegations, but rather they expelled her, directly. So certainly this, BJP now hitting out at the Congress party, and not just only at the Kerala Congress, they are also hitting out at the top leadership of the Congress party, saying that those leaders, in fact, who talk about, beti hu lad sakti hu, they in fact, remain silent on this entire matter, and they watch, their leader getting expelled from the party after such an allegation has been made. So now certainly we are seeing, that even politics over this continues. Remember that the Congress party, while in fact expelling her, they had in fact said in their statement that such an action has been taken against Simi Rosebell John for allegedly insulting the women leaders of the Congress party. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thanks so much for joining us. With that, so the MeToo storm, they're reaching, the politics as well in Kerala. Thanks a lot for joining us with the very latest. Now, staying with news from Kerala, the RSS three-day conclave concluded there, and some key remarks were made on the caste census. Remember, this is a huge issue with the opposition demanding a caste census. The RSS said that as the RSS, we have already commented, sensitive issue of caste and caste relations should be dealt very seriously, but not just for elections, caste where special attention is needed. There is no problem, but it should be welfare practice, should not be used as a political tool.
As our society, Hindu society, we have the sensitive issue of our caste and caste relations. That is a very sensitive issue. So it should be dealt very seriously, not just on the basis of electioning or election practices or politics. Special attention is needed to some communities and caste. So for that, if sometime government needs the numbers, it is a very well practiced. So government needs the numbers, it takes, earlier also it has taken, so it can take it, no problem. But it should be only to address the welfare of those communities and caste. It should not be used as a political tool for electioneering.
News now from Jammu and Kashmir, where one army jawan was injured after terrorists fired from a standoff distance near the largest army base in Jammu. This was a sniper targeting of the base, and according to the army defense spokesperson, the fire was launched from a distance between 10 to 10:30 a.m. and now search operations are taking place in the area. Let's go across to Nazir for more. And Nazir, give us more details, this targeting of an army base by a sniper.
Counter-militancy operation, this coordinate search operation has been launched to track down the attacker. It is really not just a challenge, but intriguing. The sniper somewhere in an area which is completely, seen as a secure area. It is a military installation, Sijwani army installation in Jammu city. Jammu is completely peaceful and free from militancy all these years. There have been in between some incidents in the past, but they were just one-off. But given the fact that Jammu, largely Jammu region has been high on terror radar, almost 8 districts have been infested. We know for the last few years we have seen attack after attack. Now the sniper attack on an army camp and 3-4 rounds fired, which clearly is just an challenge in the sense that they are sending a reminder they are here. An active sniper is in the Jammu city, that too during elections. When high-profile leaders from different parties, particularly BJP and Congress, will be visiting across Jammu and Kashmir for election campaigning. So it is a new challenge for the security force. While we know the highly trained militants were using M4 American-made rifles, which also is a very lethal weapon. But now a sniper active in the area, while as this coordinated search operation has been launched, but so far there's no indication if they are closer to tracking him down. So it needs highly trained, militant who can handle this sniper, because you have to shot from a long distance and choose the target. It's not the ordinary militant who can use such weapons. So it is another challenge for the security agencies, another dimension to the security situation. So this time, this coordinated search operation is underway. One soldier who was injured is reportedly, killed in action. So far, there's no official confirmation we have not seen the formal statement about his death by the army so far, but it may come. So it is this ongoing situation where this coordinated search operation is underway.
All right, Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with all those developments. And let's just listen into what the SP South Jammu had to say.
गन शॉट्स यहाँ पे जो हैं वो सुने गए, उसमें एक आर्मी जवान अभी इंजर्ड है। इस पूरे इंसिडेंट की तफ्तीश चल रही है। एज एंड व्हेन समथिंग कम्स आउट कंक्रीट वी विल शेयर विद यू। सीनियर ऑफिसर्स सारे ऑन स्पॉट हैं।
All right, let's get you the latest now from Kolkata, where the protests are continuing over the rape and murder of a junior doctor in the state-run RG Kaur hospital. And there you can see protests taking place. This even as today a special assembly has been called by the Mamata Banerjee government to pass a law that makes it that has a stricter punishment for rape and heinous crimes, even and demanding a fast tracking of the cases and the capital punishment in such cases. However, doctors and BJP are holding a protest there and heavy barricading again to contain the protesters. Remember, we've seen protests in different parts of the country over this outrage after a junior doctor who was on night duty was raped and killed in the hospital. There's been a huge amount of criticism of the hospital authorities as well as the West Bengal government and the police for its handling of the case. Many allegations also made about how the parents were not informed initially about their daughter's murder. However, the police had clarified that they had not made those calls. It was the hospital authorities who had made those initial calls. Remember, this has also led to the Supreme Court intervening in the matter and asking for better security for doctors and assigning a national task force to look into all these issues regarding the safety of doctors in hospitals. And Mamata Banerjee also called for a special assembly session to be held so that stricter laws can be passed, an anti-rape bill, and they will pass a bill proposing the death penalty for all rapists. The BJP, however, criticizing the West Bengal government of doing this just for optics, given the huge outpouring of criticism and anger over the rape and murder of the junior doctor. Well, let's go across to Saurabh now for more. And Saurabh, now another protest, however, taking place today. Give us the details.
Well, today's protest is again a march towards the police headquarters by junior doctors, is what we're being given to understand. Though, the police have made preparations like they do for any other protest. And of course, barricades put up on the way to the police headquarters here in Kolkata. Now, down this road is, of course, Lal Bazar, the headquarters of the Kolkata police. And so that, no one can reach that spot, these barricades have been set up here. And this is something that we see play out on the streets of Kolkata now on a regular basis, where there are a lot of barricading, etc. Given the number of protests that are taking place against this incident. Now, of course, as you know, on a couple of days ago, the Nabanno Abhijan, of course, had turned violent, and since then, of course, the police have been on tenterhooks and have been, every protest they've been prepared for unruly elements, etc., who they believe could infiltrate even what they presume to be a peaceful protest. So in that context, obviously, these barricades, of course, have been put up and police security also beefed up ahead of the doctors' protest and the march to the police headquarters. And this is something that we've been given to understand that once they come here, they will be stopped here. And then, of course, if somebody wants to go and submit a deputation or go and meet top police officials, they will be probably taking a delegation from here. But otherwise, this is as far as you can go, because obviously this is something that the police have decided in terms of, crowd control in the city. So barricades put up here, as you can see, and down this road, like I said, I'll ask my camera person to show you, these barricades of, iron have been put up here to stop anyone from moving forward as they, march towards the police headquarters. And of course, there are locks also on these barricades, which is something that we're seeing new. These chains and these locks that you see is something that's a little, a different kind of barricading, one must say, as these protests in Kolkata continue.
That's right, and we can see those shots as well, those visuals, Saurabh, of the protesters, facing off with the police and pulling at the barricading, and there's, tug and pull happening there at the barricading, as many of those protesters have arrived at this police, at the police headquarters as well. And there you can see many of those protesting there, having arrived and protest really continuing over the junior doctor's rape and murder. All right, we'll continue to track that story. For the moment, slipping into a short break. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. This is news non-stop. We have a whole lot lined up for you. Let's just get you the top story that is in regard to the protests that are taking place in Israel. Now, it is in fact Israelis that staged this mass protest against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu after the bodies of 6 hostages were recovered in Gaza, including an Israeli-American dual national. A major trade union also called a general strike. Many blame Netanyahu for the stalled ceasefire and hostage return for it, as far as negotiations are concerned. But neither he nor Hamas seem in a rush to agree to such a deal, as per the local media. As per analysts, Netanyahu believes a deal could undo his government, while Hamas sees allowing tensions to boil over into a regional war as a potentially favorable outcome. However, it's also possible that agreeing a ceasefire now could be seen as a victory for Netanyahu, and any subsequent surge of approval may help him survive re-elections.
אנחנו ביום קשה. לב העם כולו נקרע. יחד עם כל אזרחי ישראל, הזדעזעתי עד עמקי נשמתי מהרצח הנורא בדם קר של 6 מחטופינו. המאמצים שלנו לשחרר את חטופינו נמשכים כל העת. מאז חודש דצמבר, חמאס מסרב לנהל משא ומתן אמיתי. לפני 3 חודשים, ב-27 במאי, ישראל הסכימה לעסקת שחרור חטופים בגיבוי מלא של ארצות הברית. החמאס סירב.
And tens of thousands of Israelis packed the streets of Tel Aviv in an outpouring of grief and anger after the bodies that were of more hostages were found in the Gaza Strip. The protesters were making one of the strongest calls yet to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to reach a ceasefire deal to bring the remaining captives back home. These aerial drone footage showed the huge crowd trailing through the city's streets. And dozens of protesters rallied in London's Parliament Square on Sunday to add their voices to calls for the Israeli government to secure the release of the hostages still held in Gaza. Demonstrators in the United Kingdom's capital held up a banner depicting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reading, "History will not forgive you." It came amid widespread anger in Israel after the death of 6 more hostages who were taken captive on the 7th of October last year in the Hamas attack that ignited the ongoing war in Gaza. Now, the mass outpouring appeared to be the largest such demonstration in 11 months of war, and protesters said that it felt like a possible turning point. Although the country is deeply divided, ceasefire negotiations to end the Israeli offensive in Gaza have dragged on now for months. And thousands of hotel workers went on strike on top of this US hotel chain on Sunday, a day before Labor Day, pressing owners to raise their wages and benefits together with daily room cleaning work. Hotel housekeepers have for years waged a fierce battle to restore automatic daily room cleaning that was scaled back at many properties during the pandemic. The dispute has taken center stage during the tense contract negotiations in the cities across the United States this summer. And Vice President Kamala Harris entered Labor Day weekend with a national polling lead over former President Donald Trump in the race for the White House. But the race still seems up for grabs. Kamala Harris's lead in Minnesota has been halved by Donald Trump, one new survey shows, despite the state's governor, Tim Walz, joining the Democratic ticket. The most recent poll by Survey USA has found that Harris is now leading Trump 48% to 43% in the must-win swing states, though still healthy. Her lead has shrunk to 5% points in the space of a month, having led 50% to 40% in a poll conducted between the 23rd of July and the 25th. And Russia said that its forces had seized the village of Kirovo in the Donetsk region and were continuing to advance deeper into the Ukrainian defenses lines, while Ukraine said that its forces engaged in 109 battles with the Russian army in various directions, with several still ongoing. The Russian Ministry of Defense said multiple units of the Russian army defeated several Ukrainian formations in the various directions, including Kharkov, Donetsk, Zaporizhia and Kherson. Now, the targeted Ukrainian military personnel and equipment, repelling multiple counterattacks by the Ukrainian army. Russian tactical aviation, drones, missile units and artillery struck Ukrainian drone assembly workshops, missiles and artillery weapon depots, as well as personnel and military equipment assembly points. The ministry said that Russian forces expelled 6 attacks by the Ukrainian assault teams towards 5 settlements in the Kursk region. Meanwhile, the General Staff of the Ukrainian Army Forces said that there were about 109 battles in the frontline areas of Kharkov and Kupiansk and Toretsk, with many more ongoing among them, and the most intense battles occurred in the direction of Pokrovsk. And Russia says that it will shift its nuclear doctrine due to the escalation as far as the cause of our Western adversaries is concerned. And this is the announcement that came as Kiev pushed its allies again for permission to use their long-range weapons inside Russia. Nevertheless, Ukraine's push into Russia continues. Also on Sunday, Moscow said it shot down 158 drones targeting energy infrastructure. However, Ukraine could lose momentum. Kiev said unless it gets a long-range weapons permission, something its allies and particularly the United States are reluctant to give in the face of Russian President Vladimir Putin's seemingly increased unpredictability. No one really knows the Russian red line for nuclear arms use, is what a former Soviet arms negotiator has asserted. And Prime Minister Modi is scheduled to visit Brunei on the 3rd and 4th of this month, seeking to further strengthen the bilateral cooperation in all existing sectors. This will be the first bilateral visit of an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei. Now, the visit will also mark 40 years of the establishment of diplomatic ties between India and Brunei. The Prime Minister will visit Singapore then on the 4th and the 5th of this month at the invitation of the Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, with a goal to play a bigger role in the region where China has major influence, setting up. This is in order to step up encouragement with the Southeast Asia, the areas in Southeast Asia after hosting Prime Ministers of Vietnam and Malaysia, the Prime Ministers in the past 1 month. And Taiwan's oldest female panda has celebrated her 20th birthday with dozens of her fans in the zoo. This is the first female panda in the world to give birth to the cubs in Taiwan. She was born in 2004, came to Taiwan in 2008 from China, along with a male panda named Tuantun as part of a cultural exchange program with China. And Brad Pitt and George Clooney arrived by boat at the Venice Film Festival on Sunday. Clooney and Pitt star as rival fixers who are inadvertently hired for the same job to conceal a crime. George Clooney said that he takes no credit for President Joe Biden, who stepped down from the presidential race.
I'm much younger. Much. I know I don't look it, but I'm much. This is Brad and I've been doing this a long time, separately and together, and part of what was fun about this was, there is a rhythm to talking over top of one another, right? There really is. It's like it's not just blasting. You have to be able to hear one thing to be able to answer it, but not step all over each other. And I think over a period of time, we just had the rhythm worked pretty well right off the bat. We just felt like it's easy. It just felt like from the minute I read the script, from the minute we got on the set, that sort of banter, the way we kind of blast at each other the whole time, just felt easy, It wasn't a... the ones I felt... Austin has a... was it like a 2-page monologue that he did all in one? And that's much harder than what we were doing.
And Angelina Jolie lit up the red carpet at the premiere of a new drama, Maria, at the 81st Venice Film Festival. Jolie, in a floor-length off-shoulder champagne gown by Tamara Ralph, was greeted by screams from the crowd as she arrived at the premiere. The film about famed opera singer Maria focuses on the final week of her life in 1977 in Paris. She is deeply isolated with only her butler and housemaid looking after her, concerned about her health, the drugs and the devastating ripple effects of her diminished voice. Maria is among the 21 features competing for the festival's award, which will be announced on the 7th of this month. Nicole Kidman returned to the Venice Film Festival for the world premiere of her film Baby Girl, 25 years after coming to Venice with Eyes Wide Shut. Nicole Kidman has returned to the festival. The star boated to the Lido with actors Antonio Banderas and Harris Dixon for the film's press conference before she signed autographs for waiting fans. Baby Girl stars Kidman as a high-powered CEO begins an affair with a much younger intern. Baby Girl is among the 21 titles nominated for the Golden Lion.
I didn't feel exploited. I felt very much a part of it. It's the story that I wanted to be a part of, that I wanted to tell, and every part of me was committed to that. So for me, that wasn't at all exploitive. There was enormous care taken by all of us. We were all very, very gentle with each other and helped each other. Harris, Antonio, Sophie wasn't in the bed with us, but
what I remember is that I used to come to this type of festivals in Venice, Berlin, or Cannes, with movies that actually in our days would be impossible to do. Movies that would be very highly criticized, or that you would just jump in the territory of the politically incorrect. And we were kind of living in a world in which the politically incorrect established kind of a censorship, self-censorship with artists. And I think when I read the script that Helena gave me, I found a way just to say, oh my God, there is somebody that is just thinking out of the box. That he got actually, the strength and the courageous mind to just put on the screen things that we all think we are, in a way, we are prisoners of our own instincts. Yes, we are animals, and there is something about nature there is nothing democratic about nature. None of which are here. We didn't ask to be born. We didn't ask to be humans or animals or a plant or whatever, We are, attached to what we are. And this is a woman that actually talks about that and it talks with an incredible freedom. And I was so proud to be part of something like that.
And Jude Law and Nicholas Hoult arrived by boat to attend the press conference for Justin Kurzel's crime thriller, The Order, on Saturday. The film is in the competition at the 81st Venice Film Festival based on the 1989 book, The Silent Brotherhood. And Sydney Sweeney, Kate Blanchett and Aaron Taylor Johnson all posed for photographs at the Armani event in Venice. Many of those attending the party also attended the Baby Girl film premiere, bedecked in Armani clothing. And stars including Antonio Banderas and Eva Longoria arrived at the AMFA, that's the American Foundation for AIDS Research Gala, during the Venice Film Festival on Sunday night. The fundraising event includes a dinner, auction and performances by Kelly Rowland and Rama Willis. Now Banderas, along with Richard Gere and Mohammad Al-Turki, were being honoured. And all star cast descended on the Venice Film Festival for the premiere of Brady Corbett's The Brutalist. It also stars Adrian Brody, Felicity Jones, as well as Guy Pearce joined the filmmaker on the red carpet on Sunday. The Brutalist took 7 years in the making. The film is 3.5 hours long with an intermission in the middle that just completely wowed the audience at its first screening at the Venice Film Festival. And switching tracks now to get you news from Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, where at least 27 people have died as heavy rain battered the two states for the second consecutive day, causing flooding and waterlogging in several areas and disrupting road as well as rail traffic. More than 100 trains have been cancelled so far, while several others have been diverted due to heavy rain and waterlogging. Well, schools and colleges were shut today on account of the rain situation in Hyderabad, and work from home is being suggested as far as Hyderabad is concerned. The Prime Minister also spoke with the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Chandrababu Naidu. He also spoke with Telangana's counterpart, Revant Reddy, and assured them all possible help from the centre. Now, Chandrababu Naidu went on to add that they are streamlining the system. 110 boats are being used in order to supply food and medical assistance. Also, that he is regularly monitoring the flood situation, and officials are actively working on the ground since last night, having visited many flood-affected areas as well. And the public should not be worrying or be panicking. They are setting up command and control centres in the flood-affected areas as well. So far, thousands of people have been evacuated by the national and state disaster response forces from those flooded areas to relief camps.
It has been now 3 to 4 days of incessant rains, and both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana would be hoping that the worst is over or is behind them. As of now, still in Telangana, as many as 19 districts, the flash flood risk alert has been given. In as many as 9 districts, there is still a red alert, and in 12 districts, there is an orange alert. In Andhra Pradesh as well, the fear is that the water bodies are all running full, and with more rains happening upstream as well, the water would start coming more into these water bodies, and there could be breaches that can happen. It is being said that in multiple areas there could be a breach of the water bodies, and that's what they are warned against, because the authorities are now coming in with the NDRF and the SDRF put on high alert. In Khammam especially, there was reason to rescue, but with these kind of weather conditions, rescue was not possible, and that did create a lot of anger among the people there. Minister Ponguletti Srinivas almost broke down in a press conference as he spoke about a couple, Yakub and his wife, who he had been in touch with since the morning yesterday, and by evening they were asking for help, and he was trying to deploy a chopper there, but a drone was able to drop some life jackets, but only the boy could be saved, and the couple, both his parents in fact died in these floods. The boy in fact swam to safety with the life jacket that he was provided by the drone. Another very tragic case of a father and a daughter, Nunawat Motilal and his daughter Ashwini. The daughter in fact a scientist from the ICAR who were going to the Hyderabad airport, but their car in fact got washed away, because of which the scientist and her father both were their bodies were found later, 26-year-old Ashwini and her father. Schools, colleges have been closed, IT and ITES services have been asked to work from home, and the rail network from Hyderabad to Vijayawada quite badly affected in fact, and as many as 100 trains were cancelled, many of them diverted as well, those coming from the northern region, many of them taking alternate routes, and therefore there are going to be enormous delays. The National Highway 65 as well was breached at multiple areas, and people have been advised not to come out to the national highway. In fact, not to come out at all of their homes if they are in a safe place, and if they are in low-lying areas or in structures that are not stable, they have been asked to move to other areas. Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu in Andhra Pradesh, in fact, spent the night at the collectorate and will continue to be there to monitor the waters in both the Krishna and the Godavari and the rivers that are flowing in that region, because there could be a danger of floods happening because of breaching of those water bodies. Vijayawada has presented quite distressing kind of visuals with entire areas, roads disappearing and entire areas coming underwater. So that is going to take some time, and the worry will also be about the waterborne diseases that are to come, and therefore safe water is sought to be provided by the authorities. In Telangana, we are talking about multiple districts including Kodad, Nalgonda, Mehbubabad, Khammam district, where the concern continues to be there. In Hyderabad, to its credit, most areas the water had drained out, and therefore there is no flooding in any of the urban areas in Hyderabad itself.
Right, Uma, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And switching tracks to Manipur now, there's been a flare-up as far as violence is concerned. After several months now, 2 people have been killed. This included a woman, while her 12-year-old daughter has been injured along with 9 others. Those also include 2 police personnel and a television reporter injured in that gunfire and the bombings that have taken place in Imphal on Sunday. My colleague Ratnadeep has the details.
This is a major escalation after months of Manipur being a little bit normal in terms of that there were no major violence. Remember, in the beginning of this year, we did see escalation, and then a couple of months back there were escalation in Jiribam district of Manipur, and after that there was a lull. In fact, the central government had reviewed the Manipur situation. Manipur governor was changed, and some strategy changes had taken place. But now what we are picking up is that after yesterday's escalation, where at least 2 people have died, 10 people are injured. That includes this minor girl of the lady who has been shot dead, and also one journalist who was there covering it. Now more central forces have moved into this area, Kotuk, which is in Imphal West. It is actually in the border area with Kankopi district. Now this border areas, these fringe areas have been the reason of concern since last year's ethnic violence, and have seen violence before, but there have been intermittent firing not only in that area but in some other areas as well. So that is the reason of concern. What we have picked up from our sources in the security establishment is that what is concerning is the way yesterday's attack was carried out. That what we are hearing, that snipers were used to target the villagers. They were fired upon, and then what the state government claims that drones were used to drop bombs. Now that is something which would be a reason of concern. The Manipur police has come on record to say RPG were fired upon from platforms which were drone, which were basically high-tech military grade drones.
And switching tracks now, Netflix, India's head of content has now been summoned as far as the new web series over the IC-814 hijacking is concerned. So the content head has been summoned by the government amid the massive controversy surrounding that web series based on the 1999 hijacking of an Indian Airlines flight by the Pakistani-based terror outfit. The summons from the Union Information and Broadcasting Ministry comes after hundreds of social media users accused the makers of the web series of deliberately changing the names of the hijackers to Bhola and Shankar. The web series is directed by Anubhav Sinha and is inspired by the book Flight into Fear, the Captain's Story.
What I have heard, I have interviewed Anubhav Sinha already regarding the series. He made a OTT debut with the series, the IC-814, the Kandahar hijack. And let's start with this. The hijackers were known by their code names while the hijack was happening, and they were called Chief, Doctor, Burger, Bhola and Shankar. These were the code names. And later on, it was released their real name after they were captured. The real names were released. That is Ibrahim Athar, Shahid Akhtar Saeed, Sunny Ahmed Qazi, Mistri Zahur.
And the release of Kangana Ranaut's new film Emergency has been postponed as far as that controversy that has erupted over the portrayal of the Sikh community in it. The release of the trailer had caused a furore in Punjab, and the film is yet to get a green signal from the certification board. The film's release was due on the 6th of September, which has now been pushed back. And Preeti Paul has created history. She scripted history after winning a bronze medal in the women's 200 meters final at the Paris Paralympics. Preeti Paul, who was already the Indian sprinter to win a medal at the Paralympics, won her second bronze medal at the ongoing Paris Games with a timing of 30.01 seconds. And silver medal for India in the high jump category with the season's best effort of 2.04. Nishad Kumar brings home a silver in the men's high jump. He repeats his Tokyo performance. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Preeti Paul on Sunday scripted history after winning a bronze medal in the women's 200-meter final at the Paris Paralympics 2024. She scripted history by winning her second medal.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai.
The Supreme Court speaks out on bulldozer action and raises questions on the demolition of homes, asks why demolish even if a person is accused or a convict, no demolition without following the law. In Jammu, an army jawan is critically injured in firing by terrorists from a distance. Sniper attack suspected. A security scare comes ahead of elections, and this search operations are continuing in the high security area. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate today on money laundering charges following early morning raids at his residence over allegations related to the Bike-Borne. Meanwhile, relief for Aam Aadmi Party leader Vijay Nair. He has been granted bail by the Supreme Court. He was arrested in the liquor scam and bail after 23 months. The BJP hits out at the Congress party for expelling a Kerala woman leader, calls it hypocrisy of the Congress being exposed. The woman leader had alleged casting couch has been expelled from the party. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Our top story, the BJP is hit out at the Congress for expelling a Kerala leader. The BJP slams the Congress amid the Mollywood MeToo scandal that is currently taking place. Remember, after allegations of sexual harassment in the film industry, a Congress leader had claimed, Simi Rosebell John had claimed that women leaders need sponsorship from party leaders to rise in the ranks, and she was then expelled from the party on Sunday. The BJP hit out saying the hypocrisy of the Congress has been exposed.
The Congress party, when a leader of the Congress party, a woman leader of the Congress party alleges harassment, alleges exploitation, they do not investigate it. They silence her and remove her from the party. When this lady, Simi Rosebell, raises an issue, the same two leaders who otherwise wax eloquent about ladki hoon, lad sakti hoon, they maintain a silence. Not only do they maintain a silence, they dismiss her without even going into the basic justice of investigating her complaint.
Well, we're now joined by Simi Rosebell John. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Firstly, if you can tell us about, these allegations that you made that led to your expulsion from the Congress.
There are many women leaders who approach me for support because they are facing a lot of issues. Those who had bad experience from the leaders. So I raised the issue. And now I am expelled from the party. I am a senior most women leader of Kerala with 38 years of dedicated party work. And they are expelling all the senior leaders from the party. Patmaja Venugopal, the daughter of Mr. K. Karnataka, she left the party. She joined BJP. And the senior most leader, Jamila Ibrahim, they are not allowing her to work for the party. The senior most leader, Rosa Kudetija, she was the Women Commission chairperson. She was expelled from the party and now she has joined the CPM and she is now the Women Development Corporation chairperson. The former Mahila Congress president and the district Panchayat president, Ladika Subhash, one of the vibrant women leader in Kerala. She left the party and now she's the chairperson for the department. The Shahida Kamal, one of the most prominent women leader of Kerala, she also left and now she has become the Women Commission member to the Women
Commission. But ma'am, what are the reasons for all these women leaving? There may be different reasons, isn't it?
Yeah. No. You can ask them because they are not getting justice from the party. They are not giving proper accommodation. They don't want the senior women leaders. They are telling you go and sit at home. You are above 50. They don't want. They want the young women leaders. Is it? How can I tolerate? I am a fighter. I will fight for the cause. I will fight for the cause. And
so, ma'am, what are you going to do now? Are you going to approach the Congress leadership, maybe in Delhi? As we just heard Rajiv Chandrasekhar say, the Congress had a campaign, Ladki Hoon, Lad Sakti Hoon. You've made some very serious allegations. You've been expelled in Kerala. But are you going to attempt to reach out to leadership in Delhi?
Yeah, sure. I will approach because I have a close association with Madam Sonia Ji since my NSUI days.
So you say you're going to be reaching out to them and raising this issue because you spoke of a similar casting couch within the Congress party in Kerala?
No, women, many of our councillors, many of our women, they are getting bad experience. They are facing, they are denying seats. Those who are councillors, they are not getting seats for the next elections. Because the people love them, they elected them with a record majority. But these leaders doesn't like them. So yeah, I can give the numbers. You can call them and
right,
you
ma'am.
ask,
But you made allegations that there's some sort of sexual harassment being faced, and you need a sort of godfather within the party for women to, for their careers to further within the Congress in Kerala. Is that, if you could just tell us what you said there?
No, I will reveal it. I will reveal it. But the only one thing, with the consent of the victim only I can do. But the other ladies who face the like the same type of harassments from the men, from the leaders, especially from the opposition leader of Kerala, the person who I have accused, the opposition leader, Mr. V.D. Sadishan of Kerala, is my judge, is my jury, and is my executioner. And he commanded the PCC president yesterday to expel me from the party, like Padmaja Venugopal and almost all the 8 senior most leaders. And now they doesn't want me. They are asking me, you go and sit at home. Why you are fighting for the young women leaders? Why it is none of your business, they are telling.
Right, ma'am. Though the Congress in Kerala did say that women leaders from the KPCC Political Affairs Committee and Mahila Congress State President, among others, jointly requested the leadership to take action against you.
Because they are scared of the opposition leader. Because they will get post, otherwise they will lose their post. That is why. Because many of them want to contest for the coming elections, assembly elections. So they are scared naturally. I am not scared because I am a person. I will fight for the cause, and I am a merit-oriented person. If you check with my resume, you will understand my 38 work for the dedication to the party, and I never approached Sonia ji. She only named my son, Sibal. She knows me personally. I never approached her for a party post, for a assembly seat or a parliament seat. You know that? So I don't want anything. So I'm not scared.
All right, ma'am, did you raise these issues within the party earlier and then finally went public with it after this Mollywood MeToo scandal took place?
Last 3 years, I raised this issue many times to the PCC president. He always said, oh, you approach the opposition leader. He will decide it. He will decide it. And he doesn't want to talk to me. He told me, you got PSC, Public Service Commission, and you go and sit at home. The same Public Service Commission members with my same batch, 2013 batch, they both, Mr. Babis and Mr. Harindra, they are office bearers of PCC. They don't want a senior woman for that post.
Okay, ma'am, finally just asking you, you're talking about how, tickets aren't given, women aren't given positions, etc., etc. Now that may be an issue on one hand, but the serious allegation, Me Too allegations, what do you have to say on that, something of that sort within the Congress? Because that is the issue that was allegedly raised by you.
No. I am fighting for the many women leaders of Kerala. Those they need my support. They are getting bad experience from these leaders.
All right.
Why they should have listened to me, no? Because now the media has taken this issue, so they don't want to. They hate me like anything. I think so. But I'm not working for the post or for the parliamentarianship or for the assembly. I don't want. If I get it,
some suggestions have been made. You're working at the behest of someone, ma'am.
Pardon me?
That you're working at the behest of, it could be other parties, other people. That sort of allegation has also been made.
You have to, because they doubt by all my mentors, my senior leaders. They are all in the CPM. That is true. And Padmaja Venugopal, she is now BJP leader. But I am very strong. My party is my heart. Favoritism and...
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking to us here at...
Favoritism. No, I will fight. I don't want to go to any party. I will work for my party, Indian National Congress.
All right, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking to us. So, Simi Rosebell John there, who has been expelled by the Kerala Congress for speaking out and alluding to some sort of a casting couch within the Congress as well, talking about how many of the women leaders need some kind of a godfather or a mentor to support them. Well, to talk more about this and take on what has been said there, Henry Austin, spokesperson of the Kerala Congress, joining us. Henry Austin, your reaction to what was just said by a former leader from your party who's now been expelled for speaking out?
It's very unfortunate Simi has come out with allegations of this nature, because she is a person who has been working for the party for more than 3 decades. She has, I believe, she has been given a lot of opportunities within the party, because see, as a political party, see, I am also working for the party for the past 2 decades. One might feel that, I might feel that I am qualified for a higher post, or I can aspire for a higher post, but not necessarily that every aspiration of ours has to be met by the party. It's something which is competitive in nature. And there are a lot of factors in play when somebody is considered for a post or for a seat or for an opportunity. So that is applicable for both men as well as women. I don't think it has to be made a peculiar situation as that women can advance only because certain favors have been curried. So that is not the right way to portray things. Because, see, the allegations put a lot of women who are holding responsible positions, or a lot of women who have been working tirelessly for the party under a shadow, which is not fair. It's okay that you can aspire for things. You can work for the party.
Very serious allegations were made by her, saying a situation similar to a casting couch, saying those closest to leadership were people who saw their careers progress. So, do you feel the party could have handled this differently instead of expelling someone who's speaking out? At least look into the allegations that she has made.
Allegations cast some aspersions, as well as she's alluding to the fact that people get into positions only if certain dispositions favor them. Can I just ask in return, Simi ji herself was a very young leader when she was given a lot of opportunities inside the party. She was the Youth Congress State Committee member, Mahila Congress State Committee member, she was an AICC delegate. She has contested for the Jilla Council election, she has contested for the council election in the corporation, she was given an assembly seat, she was also made a PSC member. So for a person at a relative young age, she has been given a lot of opportunities within the party. Would it be fair to say that she has also undergone, has she also gone through the same path that she has alleged?
Well, she also claimed that she was speaking for many other women leaders who, weren't given what they felt was due within the party. And she says that many of them spoke to her. She didn't want to name them, but she said many of them have been sidelined.
Madam, what I would like to submit is, there are a lot of people, see, we have lakhs and lakhs of party karyakartas, lakhs and lakhs of people working for the party tirelessly. And not everybody. See, how many MLA seats are there in the state? It's only 140 seats. Or if she was talking about MP seats, we only have 18 seats. We have 3.4 crore people living in Kerala. Maybe around 1 crore people have an aptitude towards the Congress. So how is it possible that everybody's aspirations can be met by the party leadership?
All right. Finally, the BJP has hit out at the Congress and saying your hypocrisy has been exposed.
Well, that's quite natural for them to say that. Because as and when a political scandal comes out. See, this has come out at a very inopportune time, because that is why we feel that this has come as a manipulated scandal. The channel concerned and the anchor, she is a known left activist. She's put out Facebook posts every day on a regular basis supporting the left. She was actually, I saw the primary interview Simi Rosebell had with the anchor. She was virtually putting words into her mouth. She was saying, is there a casting couch inside the party? Have you had any sexual problems? Simi herself is on record saying that she has not faced any, personally, she has not faced any of these situations. More so, she says that 2 or 3 of her colleagues are confided in her. So at best, this is just hearsay. Unless they come out with concrete proof, or the persons concerned come out in the open and say that we have been, dealt a raw hand in this party, how can this be substantiated? Anybody who is disgruntled with the party leadership, or anybody who is dissatisfied with the process of the party, they can come out and say, make allegations like that. But it has to be substantiated in the court of law, or it has to be substantiated with concrete evidence. or the person concerned has to come out in the open and say that I have been subjected to such and such ordeal. This has not happened. Simi has every right to make her grievances in public, but I believe she should have taken it up with the appropriate forums within the party. If that has not been come to fruition, then probably she is right in going to a media and exposing her grievances.
All right, well, we'll leave it there. Thank you so much, Henry Austin. She did say that she raised it for 3 years within the party and finally went public. But thanks so much for joining us on the program. And this is over the controversy over the Congress leader, former Congress leader Simi Rosebell John, who has been expelled for speaking out about how women are treated within the Congress in Kerala. Well, moving on to news now from the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court today came down very heavily on Bulldozer Justice, questioning how a house can be demolished just because it belongs to an accused in a criminal case. Appearing for the petitioner, senior advocate Dushyant Dave sought directions from the court to ensure that Bulldozer Justice is not meted out across the country. And the justices, Justice K.V. Vishwanathan and Justice B.R. Gavai, before their bench, Solicitor General of India Tushar Mehta submitted that no immovable property can be demolished just because the accused is involved in a criminal offence. Such demolition only happens if the structure is illegal, is what he said. But Justice Gavai stated that even if there is an illegal construction, demolition cannot occur without following the law. And after hearing all parties, the top court said they will issue guidelines which will be applicable across the country, and the next hearing will now take place on the 17th of September.
Supreme Court has taken a strong view with regard to the pan-India, what is happening after filing of the FIR and the next day they are demolishing the house. So Supreme Court has asked for a guidelines, complete guidelines they are going to frame on the next date of hearing. Without following the due process, without hearing and giving notice, etc., no action can be taken even if the construction is illegal. So they have to follow the law and they are going to frame a guidelines. They have asked for suggestion, both the parties, to give the suggestion what can be the guidelines can be given to pan-India, not limited to certain state. So they are going to frame that guideline on the 17th of this month.
Well, that time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get
Welcome back. News now on Telangana and Andhra Pradesh after incessant rain led to flooding across many parts of the states. At least 27 people were killed after heavy rain battered Telangana and Andhra Pradesh over 3 days till Sunday. Today there has been some relief, but due to the incessant rain there was flooding and waterlogging and disruption of road and rail traffic. More than 100 trains were cancelled while several others were diverted due to heavy rain and waterlogging over tracks. Today a flash flood risk warning has been issued for around 19 districts in case any of the reservoirs should overflow. A red alert in 9 districts, orange alert in 12 districts. Prime Minister Modi spoke to Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu and Telangana counterpart Revant Reddy, assured them of all possible help from the centre. In fact, you can see Chandrababu Naidu also conducting an inspection and taking stock of the situation given the incessant floods that were seen in many parts of the state.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
The Supreme Court speaks out on bulldozer action after a plea. It raises questions on the demolition of homes. Why demolish even if person is accused or a convict? No demolition without following the law. The next hearing will be on the 17th. In Jammu, an army jawan is critically injured in firing by terrorists. A sniper attack suspected and a security scare during polls. The incident took place at the largest military station in Jammu. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate today on money laundering charges following early morning raids at his residence in Delhi. The BJP slams the Congress for expelling a Kerala woman leader who had spoken about an alleged casting couch within the party, says the Congress's hypocrisy has been exposed.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Hello and welcome to this very special show. We are talking about this one man named Jay Shah, the rising star in world cricket. not as a cricketer, but as an administrator. Jai Shah, he has made a significant impact in the world of cricket administration since taking office as the Secretary of the Board of Control for Cricket in India in 2019. His leadership and vision have propelled him to the forefront of international cricket, earning him the recognition and respect globally. Now, Mr. Jai Shah has made another big transition, taking on bigger responsibilities after he was elected the next ICC chairman. Jai Shah, he got the vote of 15 out of 16 members in the ICC board to be elected the next ICC chairman. Jai Shah, he will be taking over as the ICC chief from December 1st, 2024. And at the age of 35, Jai Shah, he will become the youngest to take over as the chairman of the global governing body. But the big question that we are asking at this point is that the new boss of world cricket, Mr. Jai Shah, can he swing it for the ICC? Well, to talk about it and to discuss it further, we are joined currently by Rohan Desai, Honorary Secretary of the Goa Cricket Association. Rohan Desai, welcome to NDTV. First of all, what we are asking at this point is that we have seen Mr. Jai Shah do some incredible work, as the General Secretary of the BCCI. How do you think Jai Shah will bring that expertise to the ICC? And in fact, what are the challenges that lie ahead for him in order to expand the footprint of cricket on a global stage?
Very good afternoon. I'm glad to be here at the NDTV speaking about our Honorary Secretary BCCI, Mr. Jai Shah. I'm very much happy on his appointment, on his winning as a ICC chairman. I mean, indeed, it's a great pleasure for the entire country. He's the youngest man who will be holding this position. If you see, Mr. Jai Shah has been, working tremendously well for the BCCI and for the Indian cricket over the years. I mean, we have seen many reforms, many policies were changed, and the infrastructure-wise things were changed drastically during his tenure. And I'm hoping, even as a ICC chairman, he will do the best for the country and for the entire cricketing world. He has the capability. That's what I feel. It's my personal, experience along with him as a secretary of Goa Cricket Association. I had an opportunity to work with him very closely. And if you see this man is full of a vision and full of a confidence. I mean, the way he works, the way he portrays himself, his behavior with the cricketing fraternity has been, commendable. Though he will face challenges, I mean, we are hoping to see cricket in the upcoming Olympics, and getting entire cricketing world to achieve that goal and to participate in the first ever Olympics in next year, 2020, 2028 for that matter. So we are just hoping for that, and looking for a better cricketing prospect under his tenure.
I also want to talk about the Goa Cricket Association, and as a smaller association yourselves, what has been your experience of working with him personally?
So it's been 2 years. I'm working as a secretary of Goa Cricket Association. I've attended around 2 annual general meetings with him. I mean, if you see the entire association, entire BCCI, the community as a cricketing community. I mean, I feel I was the only person. I want to share one more thing. We share the same birth year. Even I'm born in '88, and we are of the same age. And amongst all the people, all the senior people who are in the BCCI, and taking the youth along with him, discussing the policies, discussing the cricket, and not making you feel that you are you are a junior, you are yet to establish yourself, and considering all the points, whatever recommendations we do. So overall, the experience was really good because he was always helpful. Because Goa Cricket Association, Goa being a very small state, we had a lot of queries, we had a lot of demands with the BCCI, and he happily always said, Rohan, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this, and he was helpful, and giving grants, discussing the infrastructure, how you can develop those infrastructures. So overall, I had a very good experience working with him, because the first thing, he never said no to anything. He was always approachable. He was, he was like approachable, as well as his way of working was quite impressive. That's what I feel.
Right, Mr. Rohan Desai, stay with us because we are also joined by Mr. Shyam Sharma, the director of the DDCA, as well as Rakesh Rao, senior sports journalist and former cricketer Ritender Sodhi. Gentlemen, welcome to NDTV. Let me go across to Shyam Sharma first. The big question that everyone is asking after his elevation, do you think, Mr. Shyam Sharma, Mr. Jay Shah is capable of taking that experience that he has earned as the General Secretary of the BCCI and excelling at it at the biggest stage now? All right, let me put that question across to Rakesh Rao. Do you feel, Rakesh Rao, his experience as the General Secretary of the BCCI, is it going to help him and help him excelling him at this biggest stage, this added responsibility that he has on his shoulders now?
Yeah, absolutely. See, because he has been there almost at the helm. I mean, of course, you call him the secretary, all right, but then he's the one who calls the shots. So, for him to get the feel of, being the captain of the ship, that's nothing new for him. And of course, he's been in a position of authority for so long now, since 2019. And he has given you results. Most of the people, they have, I mean, right from the beginning, right from 2019, when he took over, a lot of people looked at his surname and they were saying that, look, he's there because of his surname and not because of his abilities. Obviously, initially, he didn't look like a deserving candidate up there. But then look at the results that he actually gave you. He exceeded expectations. He really, dealt with a lot of issues brilliantly, I thought. And to have 2 IPLs in those, restricted conditions, that was, I think, he could actually do it. I mean, he used to talk about it, but to actually do back-to-back IPLs in those conditions were really, really tough. And taking over, one of his major thing was that when India was to host the 2021 World Cup, the way he got it, to UAE, and still Indians retained the rights, all those rights which were meant for the host. And he did that. And then again, 2019 World Cup. The World Cup, in 2023. So give him a lot of credit where it's due. He's one person who hasn't faced opposition, in the sense that nobody dares say a word when he says or when he speaks. So I think that has given him a position of comfort. And the same thing we saw even in the ICC. 15 out of 16 members supported him. And it's almost unanimous. And, it was almost that everybody wanted him. Now, previously also, Indians have had people in the ICC, be it, like Jagmohan and the Dalmia in 97, till Shashank Manohar in 2017, I guess. In between, you've had, Sharad Pawar as well as Srinivasan. Nobody enjoyed the kind of solidarity that this man has enjoyed. So give the devil his due, but at the same time, give him credit for what he has done.
Absolutely. And let's also get the views of the cricketer here, Mr. Ritender Singh Sodhi. Ritender, Jay Shah becoming the new ICC chief, what does it mean to Indian cricket in general? Because while India has succeeded off the field cricket-wise, it has fallen short in the longer formats in terms of winning trophies, not just generally in terms of getting the results, but in getting those trophies. Does this also, in a way, mount pressure on Mr. Jay Shah?
Look, one thing we have to accept, Osama here, is that Jai Bhai has been phenomenal and he has given results. We won the World Cup. We talk about the policies in Indian cricket. The domestic cricket has come up leaps and bounds. So lots of things are happening if we talk about domestic cricket. And if you talk about international cricket, if you talk about the coaching staff, if you talk about lots of things which are required for a cricketer to excel, that has been provided by Jai Bhai. And that is what good administration is all about. And talking about the World Cup, look, Jai Bhai, we have to give it to him because commitment is his forte. When we talk about he eats cricket, drinks cricket, sleeps cricket, and that is what you need from somebody at the helm, and that has been now given in abundance. So yes, he being ICC chairman, this will be great for the world cricket and above all the Indian cricket.
In fact, we are also joined by Mr. Shyam Sharma, the director of DDCS. Sir, you have been in administration, cricket administration, and as the General Secretary of the BCCI, Mr. Jai Shah, he has taken a lot of key decisions in benefit of the cricket in India. Do you think we'll see him take those decisions cricket-wise at the global level now, and especially because India is going through a transition phase in terms of cricket? So it's not just having the youngest president of the ICC, but also in a way showing immediate impact there.
Yeah, I mean, I've been associated with the cricket. I'm in DDCA, and we have the youngest president here, Mr. Rohan Jaitley, and I have seen the tenure of the youngest secretary of PCCI. Few decisions he has taken are like excellent. As far as the women cricket promotion is there, the match fee of the women cricketer and the WPL, all decisions, like he's providing the best of the facilities to the players, staff, cricket associations, and to everyone. So his tenure will be remembered as one of the finest tenure of a secretary in BCCI. And I'm very happy. I'm very hopeful also that when he will go to ICC, the scenario will be changed there. The cricket will be more popular, like it's coming back to the Olympic, and now it will be more popular in more countries. He has a vision, and he complete that vision with the dedication and hard work. And he make others also to work very hard. Look at our cricket stadium in Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi. It was in a pathetic condition. He said, I wanted a world-class cricket stadium. He told Mr. Rohan Jaitley to spend whatever money is there required, but he needs the best facilities to be the best. And we have done it. So we need such an administrator at the highest level also, who can think about cricket and who can working hard for the promotion of cricket.
Absolutely. And you, in fact, spoke about women's cricket. And I want to ask Rohan Desai this question. Sir, his work, especially around women's cricket, it has been much appreciated, especially with what he has done with the Women's Premier League. What do you think he can do internationally to make women's cricket more commercially more viable?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Women's Premier League was one of the flagship, program initiated by Jai Bhai. So it was a hit, and with all the financial and whatever you had discussed about the roles of promotion of cricket and financial and commercial growth of the entire BCCI structure. It was again very appreciating for him to organize this tournament, and even the other association has followed his footstep. Even Goa Cricket Association went on to organize Women's Premier League in the state of Goa. So the women empowerment and the pay equity, what he spoke about, the policies which I had mentioned, equal pay for both women and even the men's. So this was a welcoming step in the Indian cricket, and it is much appreciating. Because that was the need of the hour. That's what we feel. And I feel as a ICC chairman, he has experience of being a ACC Asian Cricket Council chairman since 2021. So obviously, the grassroots level, the chronology which he has worked in, like he was a joint secretary before, then he became the secretary, he became the Asian Cricket Council chairman, and now he is the ICC chairman. So all the experience what he gained over the years, I mean, will definitely help him, in working as a ICC chairman, and the entire cricketing world will be, I think, will get benefited out of it, because as my colleague said, he has a very result-oriented approach in doing things, and the hard work what he has, what he does, so that will definitely help him in achieving major goals which he is looking at as ICC chairman, and that will be a good thing for the world cricket.
Another thing that the ICC at this moment is struggling with is the tiff between the broadcasters, the negotiations that are happening at the moment. Rakesh Rao, I want to understand from you, the broadcasters and the ICC, they have been in negotiation and disputes with respect to discounts and broadcasts, etc. Firstly, how do you think this will affect the health of the sport? And how do you feel Mr. Shah will navigate through all of this?
See, when it comes to, like broadcasting rights and all, Jai Shah is an old hand here because he knows exactly how to deal with them. And just look at the rise in revenue. In fact, if you just look at, say a 5-year deal where the broadcasting rights and everything, the revenue is up about 600 million, out of which India's share is 231 million. And if you see countries like Pakistan, it is only 37. So just compare 231 with 37. That gives you an idea, India's contribution. And with this man doing all the negotiations, he's right up there. And that is why I'm saying he will find a way. It is not that when he's around, there won't be issues. There will be issues, yes. But he is not the man who is only looking at problems. He is the man who looks at solutions. And he has proved it. Once I remember having a chat with Mr. Shah, Mr. Arun Jaitley, and Siddharth, right here at the BBC. And when I asked him, I said, what is it that people don't know about you, what you are doing, and the media doesn't know? He says, one thing that I did was there were a lot of, court cases in which BCCI was involved. The first thing I did was to get them on the negotiation table. And I at least saved the BCCI at that point in time because 28 crores in no time. So if you look at what he's capable of doing, he's the man who's going to get both sides on the table, and if he has a role to play, he'll definitely do it. And now that he is heading the ICC, and of course, this is all about the broadcasting rights, and that's I think probably the reason why he's got such unstinted support from every member of the ICC, be it the associated members, be it the full members, there's absolutely no opposition, because they understand that if BCCI can gain so much, and when the same man is heading the ICC, of course, the ICC stands to gain. So there's no point in opposing a man just for the heck of it. And that is, I think, over a period of time, last 5 years in particular, the way the world of cricket has seen him. They have somehow, reluctantly, they all started, but today they respect him. Today he has gained the respect by showing results. And that is where you have to give him his due. And most of the people tend to discount the fact that, he owns a certain surname. I want people to look beyond that. It's all there. He can't help it. But the point is, when he is in the ICC, the surname won't help. Only his work and his commitment to results will make him what people expect him to be.
Absolutely. And in fact, I also want to get the cricketers' perspective here. Ritendra Sodhi, how do you think the cricketers will benefit now? We have seen how the prize money, it has been raised, perks and compensations being given, pensions being given to former India cricketers. As a cricketer yourself, how do you feel the players can now benefit from his elevation?
Yeah, they are already being benefited to the core with the rise of Jai Bhai, and Jai Bhai really takes care of cricketers. If you talk about, I just want to put a personal example that every cricketer, first-class cricketer, who has played a certain amount of cricket, that is 10 first-class matches, above that, he's given 10 lakh rupees one time for his medical expenses. And my dad recently had a knee operation and 5 lakhs were spent there at the hospital, and I sent the bills to BCCI. And in 2 days, I got the bills, I got the reimbursement. And that is what cricketers look for, because they have given their heart and life to cricket. And when you get these incentives as cricketers back, I think that's a blessing. And that is where Jai Bhai has been phenomenal. The incentives given to cricketers are huge, and I just wish and pray that they keep expanding. And the way Indian cricket is performing at the moment, fingers crossed, I think we are world beaters.
Absolutely, we are on that path right now. And Rohan Desai, I also want to understand from you, cricket, it will be a part of the LA Olympics. In terms of making cricket a global sport, what kind of changes do you feel Mr. Shah can bring about to make cricket a little more attractive to the Olympic watchers?
See, what we are expecting is more of a bilateral series, being organized, like what we have seen during Afghanistan, especially Afghanistan international side during the crisis. Jai Bhai, helped the Afghanistan team also, to come practice, and they provided all the infrastructure in the country. The cricketers came to our country, and before the World Cup, they practiced in India. So these are the approaches, these are the small things which Jai Bhai had done for the international cricketers. At the same time, what we are looking at is all these bilateral series happening. More non-cricketing countries, the the cricket should grow in all these areas, all these countries where the cricket is not being played, like what we see in the T20 tournament or the World Cup cricket tournament, which was organized in America. So these are the few steps, Jai Bhai will definitely take care, and, participation of all these countries will definitely help in the growth of the cricketing countries. To play this sport. So this is what we are looking at. More number of matches, more number of countries participating in this sport before this 2028 Olympics, and we see a competitive cricket being played all over the country now. We saw Nepal, Afghanistan, and many other countries participating actively in this sport. And Jai Bhai being an Indian, because in India cricket is a religion. Everybody knows that, and spreading our cricketing expertise across the globe, which I'm sure Jai Bhai will definitely do it, with dedication and with his vision. He will achieve all the goals what are required to, for the sports.
All right, positive signs there as per Rohan Desai, but we also want to understand the financial side of it a little bit from Shyam Sharma. Sir, Jai Shah, he was also the part of the financial group of the ICC. What do you think he could do differently as his predecessor now, as the chief of the ICC now?
Let me complete this. The cricketing, basically, like how cricket will flourish in other countries. We have seen in the World Cup, it was organized in USA, and many teams participated there. Like Oman, Nepal, Papua Guinea, all these teams. Cricket, you can't stop the cricket. I've been associated with the cricket since 40 years, and I've seen the top brass of BCCI used to think that cricket is only for the 12 countries. Now, during this tenure of Jai Bhai and others, basically, cricket is flourishing in every country now. Wherever cricket is popular, they are taking it there. So their aim is basically to other small nations to participate in cricket also, like Canada, US, Papua Guinea, Oman, other countries, Saudi Arabia, and other countries. So this is a very good sign that cricket will flourish like football in different countries, number one. Number two, look at the...
All right, sir. There seems to be some technical issue with Mr. Shyam Sharma there. We'll try and get back Mr. Shyam Sharma. But a final word from you, Mr. Rakesh Rao. What do you feel is the challenge that is lying ahead for Jai Shah now?
First thing is that, of course, the global growth of the sport, that of course remains there. But I think what he needs to do now is to make sure that, the sport grows, not just the whole idea is that the white ball cricket is actually dominating everything. So he has to do something about the survival of red ball cricket here. Because this cricket, by and large, barring a couple of nations, you can have a test match, you can have a world championship of this, but it doesn't somehow, he's not able to sell it. People are still not watching test cricket the way once they used to, because white ball cricket has somehow got into the psyche of the last two generations, if I say. So, but he will have a challenge because the world believes that the red ball cricket is dying. And as the ICC head, and that too, at the time when this particular thing about, even the change in the 50-over format, that has been, kind of a talking point that you can have two innings and kind of, a lot of, variations are being talked about, different variants. But the point is that how much of it will come to reality, we really don't know. But yes, the game still has to evolve. Revenue part is all fine. You can still sell the sport. You are taking it all over the world. More and more countries are playing. But look at the quality overall.
All right.
What we saw in the World Cup was, okay, USA winning was fine. Nepal running, the country was close. All this are fine. This is one-off. But the point is, we still have a long way to go. It's still not a global sport. Let it enter the Olympics. Let the world see it and have its own opinion on that.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for your very diverse and important views there. Like we have been talking about it, Jai Shah's rise in the world of cricket as an administrator, it is a result of his tireless efforts. strategic thinking and passion for sports. So will he continue doing that as the chief of the ICCI? That is a question that still needs to be answered. Thank you for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate.
Hello and welcome. You're watching watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Coming up on the show this evening, well, the Supreme Court's tough remarks on Bulldozer Justice. Well, the Supreme Court says that the house cannot be demolished just because it belongs to an accused in a particular case. We'll get you all the latest on that. But first up, the headlines. Top court on bulldozer action. The Supreme Court raises questions on the demolition of homes. Why demolish a home even if the person is an accused or a convict? The Supreme Court says no demolition should be done without following the procedure of law. After an army base was attacked in Jammu and Kashmir, a Jawan is seriously injured. The police suspect a sniper attack. Security operations have been launched in the area. This amid a security scare during the polls. Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan arrested by the Enforcement Directorate following money laundering charges in the alleged Waqf Board scam. Well, the BJP says the Aam Aadmi Party's corruption has been exposed. The BJP slams the Congress for expelling a Kerala woman leader. The BJP says the hypocrisy of the Congress has been exposed. It was a woman leader from Kerala who alleged casting cow. She has now been expelled from the party. The BJP slams the Congress amid the MeToo crowd. And our lead story this evening, well, Sayan Lahiri, one of the organizers of the August 27 march to the State Secretariat to protest against the horrific rape and murder of a junior doctor at the RGKar Medical College and Hospital. Well, his bail plea has been dismissed by the Supreme Court. He was arrested on August the 27th. He played an active role in leading the rally, which the police said turned violent, causing destruction of public and private property and attacks on police officers as well. The plea, of course, was registered by the Supreme Court after it was Lahiri's mother who approached the court. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is now joining us live. So, Saurabh, break it down for us. Who exactly is Lahiri, given the fact that there is a lot of sort of confusion about who really these protesters were. Some of it was, of course, politically motivated protests, but at the same time, there were genuine students and doctors who were protesting too.
Well, you know, I mean, there are a lot of protests going on and it's very difficult to identify one group from another, multiple protests, simultaneous protests. So obviously it's a difficult job to identify who's what. But Sayan Lahiri is someone associated with the Paschim Bango Chhatra Samaj. What is the Paschim Bango Chhatra Samaj? According to the police, an unregistered organization claiming to represent students, but not a registered body of students. Now, that call for the No Abhijan, which saw immense violence, which saw policemen being attacked, stone pelting, all of that happening, was given by the Paschim Bango Chhatra Samaj. Sayan Lahiri, the man in question, was arrested by the police, and the police say that the conspiracy or whatever, you know, that the violence that took place on that day, somehow he was responsible because he had given the call for that protest. Now, Sayan Lahiri, of course, got bail from the Calcutta High Court. The West Bengal government challenged that order in the Supreme Court and prayed for cancellation of his bail. But the Supreme Court also has turned it down. And of course, you know, that's part of legal process. But what is happening here is that there are a lot of protests taking place. There are no doubt genuine protests taking place, well-meaning, well-thinking citizens who are coming out on the streets. But at the same time, there are political protests taking place, and there are some protests that are taking place with the intention to cause violence. But like I said, given there are so many protests, and given that so many organizations are calling for these protests, it's difficult to point out who's saying what. But today, of course, the West Bengal government's challenge to the High Court decision came up in the Supreme Court. And of course, another protest as we speak, Vedant, is taking place now. Doctors. Junior doctors are supposed to march towards the police headquarters today, and that protest will take place in a while from now. But what you see at this point is, of course, the preparations for that protest. And earlier in the day, the Supreme Court heard the protest, you know, the West Bengal government's plea, and they, of course, you know, passed that order on the, you know, on the West Bengal government's plea that, you know, which is, you know, which was there before the Supreme Court today. So obviously, the Supreme Court dismissed the West Bengal government's challenge to the High Court order releasing, Sayan Lahiri, and this is of course something that we've seen take place, in the morning. But again, like I said, protests continue in Kolkata, and there's one more Lal Bazaar march. This one is a call that we have heard that we're being told was given by doctors, and that march of course will be stopped here, and if someone goes and wants to send a deputation to Lal Bazaar, they will be taken from the police, taken by the police from here and then taken to the police headquarters. But let me just go in a bit into what happened in the Supreme Court today. Like I said, Sayan Lahiri was arrested. The Supreme Court bench comprising of Justice J.B. Pardiwala and Manoj Mishra was hearing the West Bengal government's challenge against the release of Sayan Lahiri, the alleged leader of the Paschim Banga Chhatra Samaj, which had led the call for those protests which turned violent, in which policemen were attacked, there were stone pelting, barricades were broken, and several police personnel were injured quite badly. Now, and after that, of course, Lahiri was one of the persons who had sought permission. So, obviously, the fact is that the High Court, the Supreme Court, however, questioned why he was singled out amongst the thousands, and therefore, the Supreme Court, of course, maintaining that the authorities ought to appreciate that the protests are more in the form of a social uproar against the unfortunate incident in RG Kaur. So, obviously, and the court said that it was incorrect to assume that Sayan Lahiri was the leader of the protests, so that's why, of course, this order from the Supreme Court, and therefore relief for Sayan Lahiri from the Supreme Court.
All right, Saurav, and as you talk about the protests, of course, extremely important there as the outrage over the RG Medical College and Hospital horror continues. Where does the investigation stand very quickly? Because, of course, we had the CBI at the hospital yesterday questioning some doctors at the hospital as well. But where does the investigation stand?
That's the big question. Where is the investigation progressing? Because there are some basic questions that the CBI had to answer. There's no answer to those questions. The CBI hasn't put out a public statement since they took over that investigation. Therefore, the questions in the mind of the public have not been answered. And there are two very clear strands that are emerging as far as these protests are concerned. One is, of course, demanding justice for the RG Kaur victim. Are there others involved? If there are others, why haven't they been caught yet? Who is shielding them? Why are they being protected? These are basic questions. Many of these protesters, you see, will make these allegations. But the question is then, if these allegations are indeed true, then the CBI has to find that out. And they haven't made a statement. Of course, they have to apprise the court. They say this is a court-monitored investigation. But the lack of information of any progress in the investigation adds to the doubt in the minds of the public of whether someone is being shielded or whether someone is being protected, or whether indeed, as the police say, that this is just an act of one person and no one else was involved. Either way, because the investigation has been handed over to the CBI, it is the CBI which will be able to clarify on these answers, and that's something that many have been asking the CBI. But again, there has been no official statement from the CBI, given that it's a court-monitored investigation. They say they will only reply to the court. But till the time there is this vacuum of information, of credible, verified information that's come from the investigation into the case, the theories of, conspiracy and also misinformation, ground for misinformation exists.
All right, Saurav, thanks very much for joining us with all those details. And of course, as Saurav is pointing out, the big question is, will there be justice? Because that is what all these protests are for. The horrific incident that shaped the collective consciousness of the entire country. Will there be justice? Will the ex-principal of the RG Medical College and Hospital be called to book? That really is the big question. But the other big headline, well, the cabinet has approved some important plans, including, of course, a new semiconductor plant. It has cleared the proposal by Keynes Micron. And also, this comes after that nod to the Micron Tech plant last year. And also, an over 2,000 crore plan for Digi agriculture. So of course, the digital infra and tech in agriculture, as well as of course the big semiconductor push. These seem to be the big takeaways of the cabinet briefing there. Let me go across live now to my colleague Sunil Prabhu. So Sunil sir, the semiconductor push has been something that the government has been working relentlessly towards. Of course, it approved that Micron tech plant last year, and now this plant. Break it down for us. Why is this such an important policy initiative for the government?
Well, semiconductor is actually the future. And really, if there is one country which has really got a huge advantage, it is the United States of America. And India now wants to become the semiconductor hub. And that is the reason why you saw the minister brief after the cabinet that there have been 4 projects. One again today has been cleared, clearly with the focus to ensure that, there is production of semiconductors and we become a new destination point, and the the real what they call the crucible for the semiconductor push in the near future. Because if you see it, the semiconductors are used not only in automobiles but in various other critical infrastructure as well as various other machinery. And if India does take the lead in the semiconductor world, it will definitely be a big push. Having said that, the cabinet also clearing a rail project, as which is, of course, in the context of Maharashtra. There is a rail project because elections are due there. One more rail project being cleared. The other, of course, is the agriculture push, as you call it, the Digi agriculture policy, a whole host of measures to be taken in terms of how things go forward. So these are definitely huge steps that are being taken. 3,979 crores in terms of the agriculture mission, because if India has to succeed in terms of nutrition, in terms of food security, they believe that this new technology and this new plan will help boost the farmers in the years to come.
All right, Sunil, thanks very much for joining us with the latest on the key cabinet decisions. But stay on with us as we look at the other big story, where the Supreme Court coming down heavily on what is being called Bulldozer Justice, questioning how a house can be demolished just because it belongs to an accused in a criminal case. And this amid, a series of such incidents across India where, bulldozers arrive at the accused's house just days after a case comes to light. I'll go across to my colleague Sunil, but listen to what Rakesh Tripathi had to say on this.
Supreme Court has taken a strong view with regard to the pan-India, what is happening after filing of the FIR and the next day they are demolishing the house. So Supreme Court has asked for a guidelines, complete guidelines they are going to frame on the next date of hearing. Without following the due process, without hearing and giving notice, etc., no action can be taken even if the construction is illegal. So they have to follow the law and they are going to frame a guidelines. They have asked for suggestion, both the parties, to give the suggestion what can be the guidelines can be given to pan-India, not limited to certain state. So they are going to frame that guideline on 17th of this month.
किसी भी आरोप में या अपराध में वांछित होने पर किसी का मकान, दुकान या किसी प्रकार का कंस्ट्रक्शन बुलडोजर के द्वारा नहीं गिराया जाता। लेकिन अगर कोई मकान, दुकान या कोई निर्माण कार्य किसी अवैध स्थान पर है, अतिक्रमण करके बनाया गया है, नियमों का उल्लंघन करके बनाया गया है, तो निश्चित तौर पर उस अतिक्रमण को गिराया जाएगा। और उत्तर प्रदेश हो या अलग अलग राज्यों में बुलडोजर की यह कार्रवाई विधि की परिधि के दायरे में हुई है। जहां कहीं भी अवैध निर्माण है, अतिक्रमण किया गया है, तो निश्चित तौर पर उसको विधि की परिधि के दायरे में ही बुलडोजर के द्वारा गिराया गया है।
And Sunil Prabhu continues to be with us. Sunil sir, an important point the Supreme Court made, that all demolitions must be under the rule of law, because in many cases we see that bulldozers arrive at the accused residence, for example, or in other cases also without despite a stay, despite a court stay, and that seems to be becoming a norm across states.
That's the reason why the bench in the Supreme Court saying that we are going to pass guidelines for pan-India. How can you start doing justice in the manner they took strong objection to the fact that you are doing bulldozer justice, as it's now being called. If somebody's been part of some violent act or some kind of crime. Then the next day they go to their house and illegally start bulldozing it for some reason or the other, citing that this has been an illegal construction and thereof. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court has said that even if it's a convict, there has to be certain norms, there's certain procedures. You just can't start using bulldozers. And that's the reason why they have posted it for the 17th of September to take a final call and see the inputs that have come in and then collate and ensure that this bulldozer justice that it's been popularly called as is, there are certain guidelines that are followed and that the law of the land must be prevailing in terms of how you go about doing bulldozer justice. There have to be certain norms and criteria before you bulldoze somebody's house.
All right, sir. Thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. Of course, there's also, as many a times we see that bulldozers demolish houses of accused despite the families staying there. And of course, the idea, the adage that an accused is innocent until proven guilty is sacrosanct, and that cannot be tampered with. But news now coming in, well, Kejriwal's key aide, Bibhav Kumar, has been given bail by the Supreme Court after 100 days. Important there because remember, Bibhav Kumar is one of Arvind Kejriwal's most important aides, the man who really runs the show when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party organization, a backroom strategist really for the Aam Aadmi Party, for Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, he is involved in key decisions that Arvind Kejriwal has taken. Remember, this is in the Swati Maliwal assault case. The Supreme Court, of course, saying that the trial court may decide on the conditions, but the investigation has been completed. Remember, a charge sheet was filed, but politically speaking, a big relief for the Aam Aadmi Party because while, of course, he does not really hold any position either in the party or the government, but he has really been the man who has been involved in key decisions of Arvind Kejriwal's and a personal aide as well for over 10 years. Let me go back to my colleague Sunil Prabhu on this. Sunil sir, what all did the Supreme Court say on this? Of course, the Delhi police had very strongly opposed his bail earlier, and the High Court had also denied bail to Bibhav Kumar, but a big relief there from the Supreme Court.
That's right. After the fiasco of Bibhav Kumar, the behavior in which the entire Swati Maliwal's episode played out during the course of the Lok Sabha elections and those unfortunate incidents of an attack on her, finally the Supreme Court giving him relief. This after Justice Gawai making it clear that he can't go back to the Chief Minister's residence, even though he's the political secretary, and also making it clear that the trial court will decide the bail plea. Having said that, they have, as you're well aware, been a long gestation period for Bibhav because he hadn't got relief from the lower courts. Here, Justice Mr. Singhvi, as his advocate, putting the case forward, and finally Justice Gawai and his bench agreeing to grant him bail, but with certain conditions, certain guidelines that will have to be followed, and the trial court will have to take a call on that. So it's a big relief for him, but definitely those unfortunate incidents have marred his career as a political secretary to Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. The Delhi police have contended that both he as well as the Chief Minister were present when this entire assault took place. It's their word against Swati Maliwal, but definitely something that could have easily been avoided during the Lok Sabha elections has caused a great deal of embarrassment to the Aam Aadmi Party, especially when it talks about espousing for the cause of women. And it's in that backdrop that this bail will be coming as a big relief to Bibhav. Of course, as I said earlier, the Supreme Court has very clearly said that he can't go back to the Chief Minister's residence.
All right, Sunil sir, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. And in fact, the Supreme Court also saying that the Aam Aadmi Party leaders cannot make any public statements on this as well. So on a day when a key MLA of the Aam Aadmi Party has been arrested, some relief there for the party with Bibhav Kumar's bail. And looking at some more news now, well, the political standoff over the casting couch remarks that were made by an ex-Congress leaders at the party. In fact, Simi Rosebell, a Kerala Congress leader, had said that it's almost like a casting couch situation when it comes to the Congress, and she was expelled. The Congress's reasoning was that she's been expelled for the kind of remarks that she's made against women of the party, but the BJP, of course, saying that the Congress's hypocrisy has been exposed. Listen.
The Congress party, when a leader of the Congress party, a woman leader of the Congress party alleges harassment, alleges exploitation, they do not investigate it, they silence her and remove her from the party. When this lady, Simi Rosebell, raises an issue, the same two leaders who otherwise wax eloquent about ladki hoon, lad sakti hoon, they maintain a silence. Not only do they maintain a silence, they dismiss her without even going into the basic justice of investigating her complaint.
Henry Austin, your reaction to what was just said by a former leader from your party who's now been expelled for speaking out?
It's very unfortunate Simi has come out with allegations of this nature, because she is a person who has been working for the party for more than 3 decades. She has, I believe, she has been given a lot of opportunities within the party, because see, as a political party, see, I am also working for the party for the past 2 decades. One might feel that, I might feel that I am qualified for a higher post, or I can aspire for a higher post, but not necessarily that every aspiration of ours has to be met by the party. It's something which is competitive in nature. And there are a lot of factors in play when somebody is considered for a post or for a seat or for an opportunity. So that is applicable for both men as well as women. I don't think it has to be made a peculiar situation as that women can advance only because certain favors have been curried. So that is not the right way to portray things. Because, see, the allegations put a lot of women who are holding responsible positions, or a lot of women who have been working tirelessly for the party under a shadow, which is not fair. It's okay that you can aspire for things. You can work for the party.
Very serious allegations were made by her, saying a situation similar to a casting couch, saying those closest to leadership were people who saw their careers progress. So do you feel the party could have handled this differently? Instead of expelling someone who's speaking out, at least look into the allegations that she has made?
Allegations cast some aspersions, as well as she's alluding to the fact that people get into positions only if certain dispositions favor them. Can I just ask in return, Simi ji herself was a very young leader when she was given a lot of opportunities inside the party. She was the Youth Congress State Committee member, Mahila Congress State Committee member, she was an AICC delegate. She has contested for the Jilla Council election, she has contested for the council election in the corporation, she was given an assembly seat, she was also made a PSC member. So for a person at a relative young age, she has been given a lot of opportunities within the party.
And listen, in fact, to what Simi Rosebell told NDTV amid this huge political controversy. Take a look.
So you say you're going to be reaching out to them and raising this issue because you spoke of a similar casting couch within the Congress party in Kerala?
No, women, many of our councillors, many of our women, they are getting bad experience. They are facing, they are denying seats. Those who are councillors, they are not getting seats for the next elections. Because the people love them, they elected them with a record majority. But these leaders doesn't like them. So yeah, I can give the numbers. You can call them and
right now. But you made allegations that there's some sort of sexual harassment being faced, and you need a sort of godfather within the party for women to for their careers to further within the Congress in Kerala. Is that, if you could just tell us what you said there?
No, I will reveal it. I will reveal it. But the only one thing, with the consent of the victim only I can do. But the other ladies who face the same type of harassments from the men, from the leaders, especially from the opposition leader of Kerala, the person who I have accused, the opposition leader, Mr. V.D. Sadishan of Kerala, is my judge, is my jury, and is my executioner. And he commanded the PCC president yesterday to expel me from the party, like Padmaja Venugopal and almost all the 8 senior most leaders. And now they doesn't want me. They are asking me, you go and sit at home. Why you are fighting for the young women leaders? Why it is none of your business, they are telling.
And the other big headline this evening, well, the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir in which an army base was actually targeted. The police suspect it's a sniper attack. As per sources, the army Jawan is critical as we speak. This comes right ahead of the important assembly polls on the 18th of September. That in fact begin on the 18th of September. Security, of course, a huge concern for the central government. In fact, security operations have been launched in the area. The area has been cordoned off. Listen in.
चार्ट्स यहाँ पे जो हैं वो सुने गए, उसमें एक आर्मी जवान अभी इंजर्ड है। इस पूरे इंसिडेंट की तफ्तीश चल रही है। एज एंड व्हेन समथिंग कम्स आउट कंक्रीट वी विल शेयर विद यू। सीनियर ऑफिसर्स सारे ऑन स्पॉट हैं।
In fact, security forces are also conducting search operations in the area. And this, of course, after there were back-to-back encounters in Jammu and Kashmir as well, particularly near the line of control and also in Rajouri. And now this army base being attacked, a military station being targeted like this by terrorists. And this happened in the Jammu area. So, of course, Jammu really becoming a sort of focus of militancy, militancy shifting from the valley to Jammu in a sense, as many say. Though, of course, militancy is far from dead as far as the valley is concerned also. But this incident certainly raising a lot of concerns given the fact that this comes right ahead of the multi-phase elections in Jammu and Kashmir that are being held after over a decade in the Union Territory. So as politicians and the electorate gears up for that crucial assembly poll, you have these back-to-back terror encounters, and again now this concerning news of an army base being attacked. But what is even more concerning is that a sniper attack is being suspected, though of course there has been no official word on it yet. These are still suspicions, but search operations have been launched in the area. In fact, parts of the area have been cordoned off as well. These are deferred visuals that you're seeing on your screen. And as I said earlier, this comes after there were back-to-back terror encounters in the Jammu region and also in the valley, in fact, very close to the line of control. And several terrorists were gunned down as well. And in this particular case, in this particular incident, you have an army Jawan who's seriously injured. We'll try and go across to our colleague Nazir for an update on that. But what we can report right now is that the army Jawan is critical. There was firing in the particular area. In fact, as you heard in that soundbite that we played out as well, that gunshots were heard. So there was heavy firing, brief exchange of fire perhaps as well when the army base was targeted here. It's concerning that you have a military station being targeted like this. But let me go across to our senior colleague Nazir Masoodi. So Nazir, what's the latest that you can share? Of course, the larger context of this coming right ahead of assembly polls, extremely concerning. But the army Jawan seriously injured.
Yeah, exactly. There was it was just few rounds fired, but these are said to be sniper, firing. So clearly shows the highly trained, because no ordinary militant can use the sniper rifle and then shoot with the military precision. So that's why after this incident, a massive coordinated search operation has been launched in the area. But the bigger worry is when you have a sniper at large in Jammu city, that raises many serious security concerns, particularly in the wake of ongoing election in Jammu and Kashmir, when top leadership of the political leadership of the country is just start their election campaigning across Jammu and Kashmir. So clearly militants' aim is to create fear, create sensation, and get more, try to get more media coverage. That is why they targeted the Sujwa camp. It is in Jammu city. In 2018, early 2018, there was an attack on the same camp in which 5 soldiers were killed. They were in their residential quarters. They had marched into, camp area. But this time there was just single few shots, but the sniper shot this time has created really panic, and they are large. This coordinated search operation is going on because Jammu largely has increasingly come under terror radar. There have been series of attacks on the army, but they were in the Mufassil district, peripheral districts. But when you have such an incident in Jammu city, that to an army is targeted with a sniper, it becomes a huge security challenge. It goes just beyond this incident. That's why this is the incident has a serious security ramification until the sniper is, tracked down. So the operation is underway. We have to see what the security force get, and then they may issue as a detailed statement how it happened, what exactly is this threat all about.
All right, Aziz, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So the army jawan seriously injured, as Aziz is reporting. But of course, larger questions also on the security situation right ahead of the polls. We'll slip into a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
All right, breaking news coming in with an NDTV news break. What has the government said, with government sources rather, on the entire emergency row as well as the IC 814 row? Well, government sources in the IC 814 controversy, which is Anubhav Sinha's film, has said that we are taking this issue very seriously and we cannot let people play with sentiments. Now, remember, the Netflix content head was summoned over this entire IC 814 controversy. And as far as Kangana's film Emergency is concerned, remember its release date was postponed because the censor board, or the certification board rather, had asked for more cuts. It had sought more cuts and it had not given its final nod to the film. So in that particular case as well, what government sources seem to indicate is that sentiments cannot be hurt. Which is why the government has taken, perhaps, or the censor board has taken this considered decision to postpone the release date and perhaps seek more cuts. Now, remember, the government sources have also said with regard to Kangana's film, that there is sensitive content in the film and that religious bodies had raised concerns. Now, remember, there were a lot of protests. In fact, you had various Sikh bodies also protesting against the film. There were political protests over this as well. In fact, Kangana Ranaut issued a statement as well that it's extremely demoralizing if films are postponed like this. She, in fact, used pretty strong words saying that an emergency has been imposed on my film Emergency. And her statement came just a day after the Central Board for Film Certification decided to seek more cuts and not give its nod to the film. And IC 814, of course, there has been a lot of controversy over it as well. In fact, on social media all day today, there was outrage over the names of the hijackers. So far, there's been no statement that has really been issued from Anubhav Sinha, the director of the film, or the producers of the film with regard to the whole controversy. But the Netflix content head has been summoned, and the government sources making it clear that sentiments cannot be played with and we're taking it very seriously. So, of course, this also ties into the larger censorship debate, as many people from within the film industry have pointed out that the certification board, the job of which is to certify films, is sort of being excessive in its role as the film board. But let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya. So Aishwarya, first on Kangana's film Emergency. There was a lot of outrage. In fact, Sikh bodies had also registered their protest, but the government sources making it clear that sentiments cannot be played with and there is some sensitive content in the film.
Well, remember the SGPC, which is the Sikh Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee, who had approached the INB ministry earlier and referred to several remarks and the content that was portrayed in the trailer of the movie Emergency, and certainly that was something which had stated by the SGPC that those had been an issue for them and that had hurt the religious sentiments, according to them, which the government sources are now being telling that why the movie delay had been postponed and why the certification had not been given to Kangana's movie Emergency. It has been stated by the top sources in the government to us that there had been few religious organizations, that is the SGPC, who approached the government and raised concerns over this. It has been stated by the government sources sources that the religious sentiments cannot be hurt, and therefore the reason these are sensitive issues, and the content in the movie is very sensitive, looking to a large number of the Sikh community in the country as well, and therefore the reason perhaps the government had taken the note very seriously. This has been referred again back to the content team. Remember, today it was the Netflix India content head who had been summoned by the NB ministry as well, and the objections that the SGPC has raised, that had been referred to her as well, and now to make correction again, it has been stated to us that that the director of the movie had also been informed accordingly, and this again will be censored, and therefore later the census certificate will be given after the approval of the government in this particular case.
All right, Aishwarya, and in the entire IC 814 controversy, there has been a lot of outrage on social media over the names of the hijackers. So the government saying that, this is again something which is a sensitive issue. Many people have also cited a previous MEA document, though of course the government saying that we are taking it very seriously, and now the Netflix head being summoned, but no response yet from the producers or the directors of the film. But certainly this is an unprecedented move, isn't it, to summon the head of a streaming platform over a film?
Well, to make it as a precedent, certainly it is the government of India who had taken it very, very seriously. This is a part of the history, and history cannot be rewrite, is something that the government had made it very clear. Of course, there are documents and there are the statements of the government which is already on the MEA website as far as IC 184 is concerned, but it is the government who had stated that nobody has right to play with the sentiments of the people of this nation. India's culture and civilization should always be respectful. One should think before presenting and portraying in a wrong manner. Of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party and several of the leaders have questioned that why the Indian names had been used as far as the terrorist who was portrayed in the entire movie was concerned, to which the reply was also, reply from one side also came in that, these names, the Indian names were referred by the terrorists to each other,
right,
and that's what was mentioned in the website as well. But this cannot be, portrayed in a wrong manner, as the message is conveyed in a wrong fashion as far as what the government thinks, and therefore the reason perhaps the Netflix content director of India had been summoned today, and this has been referred to her as far as creating a right content and portraying to the audience in a right way is something that the government is thinking.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the very latest there. So Aishwarya getting us up to speed with what the government reasoning is perhaps behind summoning the Netflix ahead. But moving now to the other big headline, well, Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case. Now this is the Waqf Board case. Remember, Amanatullah Khan was in charge of the Waqf Board earlier, and there was this allegation that there were irregularities and discrepancies in the appointments that he made in the Waqf Board when he was the chief, and he's now been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, the very latest that is coming in fact, what we are breaking right now is that Amanatullah Khan has been produced in the Rouse Avenue Court. That's the big breaking news coming in right now. He is at the Rouse Avenue Court, the Delhi court, where he is being produced. Of course, the Enforcement Directorate will seek custody of Amanatullah Khan. Remains to be seen how many days of custody does the Enforcement Directorate actually get as far as Amanatullah Khan is concerned. Now remember, there has been a big political flashpoint all day that we have seen between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. The Aam Aadmi Party saying that this is political vendetta. The central government is using probe agencies to target the Aam Aadmi Party. Though of course the BJP has said that, this is something that is due procedure, given the fact that this was a hugely contentious case, the Waqf Board case. In fact, Amanatullah Khan has been questioned earlier as well, but he was arrested today after long hours of questioning. Let me go across to my colleague Shreya. So Shreya, some relief for the Aam Aadmi Party on the one hand with the release of Bibhav Kumar and Vijay Nair in separate cases, but Amanatullah Khan, is one of the senior leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party here in the national capital, and he has been a multiple-time MLA as well. And his arrest coming right ahead of the Delhi polls, the political fallout is going to be something that needs to be looked at. But what's happening in court? He's been produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. The Enforcement Directorate likely to seek more custody.
That's right. At this very moment, he has been produced by the ED officials at the Rouse Avenue Court after his arrest this morning in connection with the alleged money laundering case. We know that this morning the Enforcement Directorate officials, they had raided his home and had an interrogation of almost 6 hours regarding the financial irregularities in when he was the chairman of the Waqf board, and the financial irregularities that took place along with the illegal recruitment that took place during his tenure at Waqf board. And right now we know that he will be seeking for custody, and that is why he has been produced before the court at Rouse Avenue. And we have been following this story all day. We know that, several senior Aam Aadmi Party leaders have taken a dig at this, because we understand the national capital is preparing for the Delhi Assembly elections, and this arrest has further conjured up a fierce political battle between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. The BJP leaders, they have pointed out that this case has been going on for quite some time, and they have alleged, they have asserted that he has been Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA from Okhla constituency. He has been practicing corruption during his tenure at the Waqf board. He has been unjustly leasing out the Waqf board properties and earning lakhs of money illegally. And we also know we know that Sanjay Singh, senior Aam Aadmi Party leader Sanjay Singh, as well as Manish Sisodia has condemned this move and said that this is BJP's political vendetta, and they are using the ED and the central probe agencies as a tool of intimidation. They're trying to suppress the voice of dissent, the voice of opposition of the Aam Aadmi Party, and they have gone on to say that this is a fabricated case in which Amanatullah Khan is being trapped into. And but the fact of the matter is that he has been arrested, and he has been produced at the Rouse Avenue Court at this moment, and we will get the updates from now on as to what comes next for the Aam Aadmi Party leader Amanatullah Khan.
All right, Shreya, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Shreya is reporting, Amanatullah Khan has been produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. The Enforcement Directorate likely to seek custody. Remains to be seen how many days he's sent to as far as that ED custody is concerned. And now the big headline, well, the Mollywood MeToo movement, and the latest, of course, is that civil society members have written to the Kerala Chief Minister. Remember, this includes prominent authors, also social activists, people like Arundhati Roy as well, who are signatories to this important letter. And they, of course, have cited the fact that there has been a delay as far as the release of the Hema Committee report is concerned. They say that this is a pivotal moment for the Kerala film industry, and that the recommendations of the Hema panel must be implemented at the soonest. In fact, the letter also says that there should be, the Kerala government should also reflect on why there was a significant delay as far as the implementation of these recommendations were concerned, and also the release of the Hema Committee report. Remember, it was almost 5-6 years that the Kerala government sat on the Hema panel report, and now also a PIL has now been filed, and that PIL seeks a CBI probe into the entire incident. And with that, we'll take a short break now, but news continues on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi, NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves.
Stay informed and
This is the first visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the country. It's a crucial partner, remember, for India's Act East policy. Also, this comes right ahead of the Prime Minister's visit to Singapore, another emerging and crucial partner for India in Southeast Asia. Of course, India's Act East policy is something that has been a key focus of the Modi government. Listen in to what the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson had to say.
As you know, Prime Minister is undertaking a visit to Brunei and to Singapore. He is travelling to Brunei at the invitation of His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah, and the visit is scheduled for 3rd and 4th of September. And after that, he will travel to Singapore at the invitation of His Excellency Mr. Lawrence Wong, the Prime Minister of Singapore. That visit will be over 4th and 5th of September. This will be the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei.
And my colleague Mohammad Ghazali is now joining us live on the phone line. So Ghazali, why is this visit crucial? Of course, India's Act East policy certainly has been a key focus of the Prime Minister.
See, this is very significant, first because this is the first visit of an Indian Prime Minister to the Brunei, and this is on the invite of the head of state of Brunei, who was also our state guest on the Republic Day this year. Now, besides that, Brunei is also our key partner when it comes to space technology, as well as defense cooperation. And in the Southeast Asian region, we know that how China is growing our influence, and you'll see that in Modi 3.0, this tenure, the Prime Minister and our External Affairs Ministry, or say the foreign policy, is truly focused on enhancing our cooperation in our immediate neighborhood. So be it the Act East policy or be it the Neighborhood First policy, India has been warming up its ties with not only the old partners, but it is also reaching out to the new partners. And the relevance of this being that India doesn't want to rely on any of these technologies or domain on any of one country, be it for defense or space tech or maritime security. India doesn't want to rely on just one partner. So it's also that to diversify its need and dependence, India is reaching out to multiple partners, Brunei being the new one, where the Prime Minister will be visiting and discussing these key issues when it comes to cooperation on maritime security, food technology, agri-tech, as well as other issues.
All right, Ghazali, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. It's an important visit by the Prime Minister, and also a historic one at that, given the fact it's the first time an Indian Prime Minister is visiting Brunei. Also, India's Paralympic medal haul. Well, a silver medal for India in high jump with his season's best effort. Nishad Kumar has brought home a silver in men's high jump. He's repeated his Tokyo performance. Listen in to this exclusive conversation that my colleague Vimal had with Nishad.
भारतीय एथलेटिक्स के सिल्वर मैन
लगातार 2 पैरालंपिक्स में इन्होंने सिल्वर जीता है, लेकिन मायूस है। पूरा देश बेहद खुश है। आप रोने लगे यार?
वो रोना निकल ही जाता है जब मतलब जो हमें सोचा होता वो नहीं हो पाता, और काफ़ी लोगों की जो उम्मीद होती है उसके ऊपर हम खरा नहीं उतर पाते, तो रोना निकल ही जाता है।
लेकिन आप 1 वीक पहले 2-10 किया था आपने, और यहाँ पे 2-6 फंस गया, तो 2-8 फंस गया।
वही कहानी समझ नहीं आ रही भी क्यों फंस गया। वो क्वेश्चन है मेरे दिमाग में, वो कोच से बात करेंगे क्यों फंसा 2-8। फंसना नहीं चाहिए था, उसकी उम्मीद नहीं थी, वो सिलेबस में नहीं था कि 2-8 पर हम फंसेंगे।
आपका हाथ भी एक तरह से जो हाथ जो कटा था बचपन में, वो घास काटने वाली मशीन से है ना, खिलौने वाली जो कहानी आपकी, नाराज उसने झूठ बोला, आप चले आए, हाथ कट गया। लेकिन वहाँ से जो एक सफ़र रहा आपका, मैंने देखा आपको एक याद है टूर्नामेंट स्टेट लेवल पे जब 3,500 लोगों ने क्राउड ने कलेक्ट करके दिया था, वो उसकी बात अलग है, होती है एकदम।
जी वो मतलब मैंने उससे पहले मतलब लाइफ में ऐसा कभी नहीं देखा था। हमारे उधर जो शिंज होती है पहलवान की, तो उसका सीजन आता है, मतलब 1 महीने का रहता है, तो उसमें जो पहलवान जीतता तो उसको सभी
दर्शक
कलेक्ट करके देते 10-10, मतलब पहलवान खुद खाड़े का चक्कर लाता है तो उसको 10-10 रुपये, 20 रुपये, 100 रुपये अपने कैपेसिटी के हिसाब से देते हैं। तो मैंने वहाँ पर स्टेट में हमीरपुर में गोल्ड मेडल जीता था, तो सभी ने कोचिज जो वहाँ पर DP से PTI से किसी ने 100, किसी ने 200, किसी ने 500 रुपये ऐसे दिए थे, तो उसके 3500 रुपये इकट्ठे हुए थे।
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that
The Supreme Court's tough words on bulldozer action. The Supreme Court raises questions on demolition of homes. Why demolish a home even if person is an accused or a convict, says the Supreme Court. Also saying that there is no demolition that should happen without following the rule of law. The BJP says bulldozer action against illegal construction and encroachments is justified. Two Aam Aadmi Party leaders get relief, but one gets jailed. Relief for Aam Aadmi Party leader Vijay Nair in the alleged liquor scam. In the Swati Maliwal assault case, bail for Arvind Kejriwal's key aide, Bibhav Kumar. The BJP slams the Congress for expelling a Kerala woman leader. The BJP says the hypocrisy of the Congress has been exposed. This after the woman who alleged casting couch has been expelled from the party. The Congress says that all allegations will be probed. An army jawan is seriously injured in firing by terrorists in Jammu. A sniper attack is suspected. Security scare that comes amid right ahead of the polls, in fact. An incident happened at a military station in Jammu. The government approves 7 key decisions, a focus on farmers. Welfare Cabinet clears the Digi Agriculture Mission. Also, the government's push for semiconductors continues. The Cabinet green lights new semiconductor unit. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our lead story, well, the huge controversy over 2 films, Emergency and IC-814, the Kandahar hijack, and now government sources have told NDTV that the Netflix head has been summoned in the IC-814 row because the government is taking it very seriously, and that this is a sensitive issue that involves history and the portrayal of terrorists, which is why the Netflix content head was summoned by the government. Now remember, government sources have also said that history cannot be rewritten, though of course there has been no statement yet from director Anubhav Sinha or the producers of the film. This is on social media. There's huge outrage over the names of the 2 hijackers in the film. Let me go across live to my colleague Aishwarya. So Aishwarya, the government sources in a sense setting the record straight that history cannot be rewritten by filmmakers, and that particularly when it comes to matters so sensitive that involves perhaps a terrorist attack, an incident of hijacking, one has to be extremely, sort of considerate, and one has to be extremely factually watertight.
Well, certainly government sources have revealed on why the Netflix India content head had been summoned today by the Information and Broadcasting Ministry over the portrayal of names in the web series IC-814. It has been stated by the government that nobody has right to play with the sentiments and the portrayal of the history of our country, and certainly the government is very, very serious on this issue. There were many on social media platforms who had raised the concerns on portraying it in a wrong manner. Remember, the government had said it straight earlier as well that the terrorists that were on board of IC-814 was backed by a Pakistan terrorist organization, and it was these Pakistani terrorists who were called by certain names, but and that was informed by the passengers on board, but that was portrayed in a wrong manner, and that gives a perception that those were Hindus and those were Indians, and certainly that was a wrong messaging that the director and the content director of that particular web series had made, and therefore the reason perhaps the Netflix India head content was summoned today. It was stated by the government of India as well that anybody should rethink before portraying any such wrongdoing, and also the history cannot be rewritten. This should be reflected in a right way, and therefore the reason perhaps government is taking it very seriously, and therefore the reason perhaps today the Netflix content head Monica Shergill was summoned by the government of India.
All right, Aishwarya, stay on with us as we look at the other big story involving a film and involving censorship. Well, this Film Certification Board decided to postpone the release date for Kangana Ranaut's Emergency, but government sources have said that there's sensitive content in the film, which is why all aspects need to be considered before the CBFC actually gives a green light for this film. Kangana Ranaut, of course, came out with a statement. She said it's extremely demoralizing and that an emergency has been imposed on her film Emergency. Earlier, of course, there were various protests, political protests, and also the Akal Takht, which is, of course, one of the topmost Sikh body, and also the SGPC had protested against the film as well. But government sources are now talking about the sensitivity of the content. Let me go back to Aishwarya. So, Aishwarya, what more are your sources telling you?
Well, the reasoning behind why there had been postponement of the movie Emergency, that has also been revealed by the top government sources to us. The government categorically stated that yes, there were presentations that were made by several Sikh organizations, and the objections were raised according to them that clearly had stated that the sentiments of those people of those community had been heard because of such portrayal in the movie. The movie also contains very sensitive content as well, and therefore the reason perhaps the government is not on a view that any religious sentiments should be heard by portraying anything on such movie, and there are sensitive content as well that had been showcased. Yes, of course, for the fact of the matter, we know that Kangana Ranaut had put out a statement that clearly shows that how she had been demotivated, and she's not in an agreement that any movie should be stopped, but government had been stated that there are some sensitive contents in the movie and government is taking it very seriously, and therefore the reason perhaps it has been sent back to the censor board before giving a new date to rehash the content in it. Yes, Akal Takht and the Sikh bodies, including the SGPC, had earlier stated that they will not allow this movie and they will protest it just not in Punjab but also across the country as well, and therefore the reason government is taking it very, very seriously and taking this issue in a sensitive way by not allowing to hurt any religious sentiments, taken this stand of postponement of the movie, and that's what the reasoning had been coming out from the top government sources on Kangana Ranaut's movie Emergency getting postponed.
And also, Aishwarya, this has sort of re-triggered the whole debate around censorship, given the fact that it's a film certification board. Many people have talked about how the CBFC's role is to certify films and not to really censor them. But this debate has now been sort of reignited, given the fact that sources had told us earlier as well that the CBFC is seeking more cuts to the film.
Well, certainly the sources in the CBFC had already stated that they are looking again back to the content of the movie, as there had been objections that were raised, but the government sources also revealed that this is not the first instance when any objection on any movie had been raised and the delay of the release date had not been taken as a decision by the government. Of course, there are several instances in the past as well when the movie dates had been postponed because of the objections, the last moment as well, and prior to the release as well, when the movie had been banned in several parts of the country earlier, when there had been objections that were raised after the release as well. So when these Sikh organizations had raised the issue, it went back to the CBFC. Of course, censorship and release of the dates are two different things, but the government had been proactively taking in step and they had been interfering in it, as being said by the top government sources to us. And if any requirement is there to cut a few important contents or the sensitive content for that matter that can lead to hurt the religious sentiments, that will not be taken as yes from the government, and therefore the reason perhaps this decision was taken.
All right, Aishwarya, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So Aishwarya getting us that news break on what is perhaps the government's reasoning when it comes to A, summoning the Netflix head, and also the postponement of the release of Kangana Ranaut's film. But looking at news just coming in, well, firing has been reported outside AP Dillon's Canada home. AP Dillon, of course, a popular singer, and firing has been reported outside his Vancouver home. In fact, the video of which has surfaced on social media as well. Security force agencies, in fact, are looking at that video and the veracity of that video and who exactly was behind this firing that has been reported outside AP Dillon's Canada residence. Let me go across to my colleague Abira joining us on the phone line. Abira, what more details do you have? Of course, this video has now surfaced on social media, but the security agency is still sort of investigating as to who really is behind this incident.
Yes, a video has surfaced, but again, we do not know if actually the video is the authenticity of the video. So that also the investigation is on. So the singer's house is located on Victoria Island in Vancouver, where the shooting has happened. And additionally, there's another shooting that has occurred in a different location in Canada. And the Lawrence Bishnoi and Rohit Godaya gang has claimed responsibility for the shooting. Let me take you back a little bit. We already know that Lawrence Bishnoi was also behind the shooting that happened outside Salman Khan's house. Now, last year, Gippy Garedwal, who is also very close to Salman Khan, there was a shooting in Vancouver. He also stays in Vancouver. There was shooting outside his house also, giving him warnings not to be too close to Bhai, that is Salman Khan. And now this AP Dillon is coming in when he released a song 3 weeks back called Old Money with Salman Khan and Sanjay Dutt. And it shows again a gang war where they are playing gangsters and there's a lot of bloodshed. And in this, after this shooting at Vancouver outside Dillon's house, the message said, you imitate the underworld life, we actually live. Stay in your place or you will die like a dog. This happened 3 weeks after that video got released with Salman Khan. So there's a connection that we can all see, right?
All right, Abira, though, of course, I would say it's a bit premature to say what really, who really is behind this. And this, of course, as you rightly point out, we cannot independently verify the authenticity of this video that has surfaced on social media, which is why we're not showing it. But security agencies have taken cognizance of these videos. In other news now, the Supreme Court has formed a high-level court-monitored panel to look at the farmers' demands. Remember, farmers have been protesting undeterred at the Jammu border, and this panel that has been formed by the Supreme Court will be headed by a former Punjab and Haryana High Court judge. Remember, there have been various demands put forward by the farmers, the protesting farmers, including, of course, an assured MSP that has been amongst the most contentious demands of the farmers. But apart from this, they also, in a sense, urge the government to, in a sense, look at assured prices, increased prices when it comes to crop diversification, when it comes to newer crops that the government has been talking about so much, particularly in the past 1 year. And I remember the situation on the ground at Jammu border remains pretty much the same. We still see a long line of tractors there. In fact, very recently, the case came up in the High Court as well. But let me go across live to my colleague Gurpreet. So Gurpreet, two important points. One is that, various panels have been formed earlier, but this panel will be headed by a retired judge. So that is important. And at the same time, the Supreme Court has urged the farmers to clear the highway. But what is the situation on the ground at Jammu border? Have farmers reacted to this committee that has been formed by the Supreme Court now?
Well, yes, the first question is very, very clear. The farmers, they have already reacted on this high-powered committee which has been set up by the Supreme Court. The farmers say till the time they are not able to get all the proceeding, they are not in a position to talk on this high-powered committee. But on the way, they have already made it very clear from their side, they are not obstructing a single vehicle to move on the national highway. But at the same time, they say that the Haryana government has put a wall at Jammu border, and that is one of the main obstruction, and that is the hindrance for the passengers also. We have seen the Kisan leaders, they had made such type of statement saying they are ready, and all the tractors, all the trolleys, they have been kept aside from the national highway, and the road has not been blocked by the farmers, but it was blocked by the Haryana government, and that was one of the petition which has been moved by one of the advocate before the Punjab and Haryana High Court. So that time the direction had been given to the government saying that this wall should be removed immediately so that the people should not face inconvenience. If we can talk about a high-powered committee, we have also seen one of the farmer leaders, he has given reaction when the government was directly talking to the farmer. They were not able to find out any solution of the problems which the farmer have been highlighting for last so many years, and they are looking forward for a solution of their problem. So it seems these committees are only delaying tactics of the state government. But they say if any committee is going to set up for the farmers' problem, they already welcome this committee, and let's see that how this committee will be able to help the farmers. And the farmers say once they are going to get the proceeding, after immediately they will hold a meeting within the organizations of farmer unions, and after that they will give a proper reaction. What do they feel about this committee which has been just set up by the Supreme Court? So let's wait what type of reaction the farmers are going to give. As of now, they say that whatever committee has been set up by Supreme Court, they are looking forward for the solution of their problems. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So an important breakthrough, perhaps, as many would say, but not just yet, given the fact that the farmers are yet to retract, the farmers are yet to remove the trucks and clear the tractors, I beg your pardon, and clear the highway, a key highway that connects Punjab, Haryana and even the national capital. But in other news from the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court has talked tough on demolitions and bulldozer justice, as it's popularly called these days, where the Supreme Court says that even if it's an accused house, how are demolitions justified? This, as bulldozer justice seems to be becoming a norm across states. The Supreme Court says that if demolitions are to take place at all, they must take place within the rule of law. Take a look at all the reactions coming in, and then Sunil Prabhu with the latest.
किसी भी आरोप में या अपराध में वांछित होने पर किसी का मकान, दुकान या किसी प्रकार का कंस्ट्रक्शन बुलडोजर के द्वारा नहीं गिराया जाता। लेकिन अगर कोई मकान, दुकान या कोई निर्माण कार्य किसी अवैध स्थान पर है, अतिक्रमण करके बनाया गया है, नियमों का उल्लंघन करके बनाया गया है, तो निश्चित तौर पर उस अतिक्रमण को गिराया जाएगा। और उत्तर प्रदेश हो या अलग-अलग राज्यों में बुलडोजर की यह कार्रवाई विधि की परिधि के दायरे में हुई है। जहां कहीं भी अवैध निर्माण है, अतिक्रमण किया गया है, तो निश्चित तौर पर उसको विधि की परिधि के दायरे में ही बुलडोजर के द्वारा गिराया गया है।
They took strong objection to the fact that you are doing bulldozer justice, as it's now being called. If somebody's been part of some violent act or some kind of crime, then the next day they go to their house and illegally start bulldozing it for some reason or the other, citing that this has been an illegal construction. And thereof. So it's in that context that the Supreme Court has said that even if it's a convict, there has to be certain norms, there's certain procedures. You just can't start using bulldozers. And that's the reason why they have posted it for the 17th of September to take a final call and see the inputs that have come in and then collate and ensure that this bulldozer justice that it's being popularly called as is, there are certain guidelines that are followed and that the law of the land must be prevailing in terms of how you go about doing bulldozer justice. There have to be certain norms and criteria before you bulldoze somebody's house.
And we're looking at what the Supreme Court said on Sayan Lahiri and his bail plea, where the Supreme Court dismissed the bail plea. This, as remember, Sayan Lahiri was one of the many who were arrested for the August 27th march. Sayan Lahiri is a part of the students' body in Kolkata. And remember, the students' body was protesting over the horrific rape and murder of a junior doctor at the RG Medical College and Hospital. Remember, earlier it was the Calcutta High Court that had given bail to the student leader, but the Supreme Court there dismissing Sayan Lahiri's bail. What were some of the observations made by the Supreme Court? My colleague Saurabh Gupta has more details.
There are a lot of protests going on, and it's very difficult to identify
one group from another, multiple protests, simultaneous protests. So obviously it's a difficult job to identify who's what. But Sayan Lahiri is someone associated with the Paschim Bongo Chhatra Samaj. What is the Paschim Bongo Chhatra Samaj? According to the police, an unregistered organization claiming to represent students, but not a registered body of students. Now, that call for the Nobanno Abhijan, which saw immense violence, which saw policemen being attacked, stone pelting, all of that happening, was given by the Paschim Bongo Chhatra Samaj. Sayan Lahiri, the man in question, was arrested by the police, and the police say that the conspiracy or whatever, that the violence that took place on that day, somehow he was responsible because he had given the call for that protest. Now, Sayan Lahiri, of course, got bail from the Calcutta High Court. The West Bengal government challenged that order in the Supreme Court and prayed for cancellation of his bail. But the Supreme Court also has turned it down. And of course, that's part of legal process. But what is happening here is that there are a lot of protests taking place. There are no doubt genuine protests taking place, well-meaning, well-thinking citizens who are coming out on the streets. But at the same time, there are political protests taking place, and there are some protests that are taking place with the intention to cause violence. But like I said, given there are so many protests, and given that so many organizations are calling for these protests, it's difficult to point out who's saying what. But today, of course, the West Bengal government's challenge to the High Court decision came up in the Supreme Court. And of course, another protest as we speak, Vedant, is taking place now. Doctors. Junior doctors are supposed to march towards the police headquarters today, and that protest will take place in a while from now. But what you see at this point is, of course, the preparations for that protest.
And meanwhile, looking at the current situation on the ground, well, doctors are up in arms. In fact, junior doctors are demanding the police commissioner's resignation. Remember, the police's role, of course, was also in question. In fact, the Supreme Court also talked about some sort of complicity and how there was a lax probe on the part of the Kolkata police. And these are visuals coming in of the doctors, junior doctors there in Kolkata, marching and taking out that protest march. My colleague Saurabh Gupta, in fact, is at the spot. Let's try and listen into what he has to say and what's really happening at the ground at the moment.
Protesters marching to Lal Bazar, the Kolkata police headquarters, burning an effigy of what is presumed to be an effigy of the Kolkata Police Commissioner, Vineet Goyal. They are demanding, of course, the resignation of the Kolkata Police Commissioner, saying that justice is not being done to the case in which, this young doctor